The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., January 22, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable Nathaniel Moran to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 3rd, 2025, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Trahan, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, we're more than 3 weeks into January, and yet Republican leadership in this chamber has failed to call a vote on a single piece of legislation to address the pressing needs of hardworking families. Nothing to ease the burden of grocery prices, nothing to lower the cost of prescription drugs, and nothing to make it easier for an American to buy a home. So what's the priority for the Republicans this week? A vote on H.R. 21, the so-called Born Alive Abortion Survivor Protection Act, a bill that will give politicians here in Washington the power to monitor women's pregnancies and criminalize doctors and nurses who provide life-saving care to women in need. I wish I was kidding. Now, over the next couple of days, we're going to hear Republicans get up here and use scare tactic after scare tactic, attempting to justify this vote. So let's set the record straight about what this legislation does. At first glance, its stated goal might sound reasonable: to provide a healthcare practitioner from failing to exercise the proper degree of care in the case of a child who survives an abortion or attempted abortion. Now that sounds logical on paper, but here's the reality. This situation almost never happens. When Texas passed a law requiring reporting on abortions resulting in live births, they reported 0 live births over 3 years. 0. The same was true in Oklahoma. So what is this bill actually targeting? As we dig into H.R. 21, it becomes clear that this legislation purposely distorts what abortion care really is. It sweeps up highly complex and deeply personal medical situations, including those where a mother learns that her life is in danger because her baby has a fatal abnormality and cannot survive outside the womb. Now imagine the agony of a mother, a woman who dreamed of holding her child, now forced to make the unthinkable decision to induce labor to save her own life. And as her baby is born in agonizing pain with just minutes or hours to live because no amount of medical intervention can save them, this bill seeks to make that horrifying situation even worse by overruling any decision by the mother and her doctor to provide compassionate, appropriate medical care. Instead, it threatens doctors and nurses with jail time, even if the only alternative is prolonging the pain, the suffering, and tragically, the inevitable death of the baby. Tell me, Mr. Speaker, how does that make sense? Why do Republican members of Congress insist they know what's better for a mother and her baby than she and her doctor do? This bill is not about protecting life. It's about pushing out blatant lies about women's health care, and it's about control. It's about extreme Republican politicians inserting themselves into the most personal, private, and heartbreaking decisions a family has to make. And the cost? Women's lives put at risk because some here would rather legislate ideology than acknowledge the complexity of real-life medical decisions. To my colleagues across the aisle, instead of advancing a dangerous, divisive bill that exploits women's health for political gain, let's focus on what Americans actually are asking us to do. Let's work to lower costs. Let's expand access to health care. Let's give families the tools they need to thrive. The American people sent us here to do that work together. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the GOP's Reproductive Health Care Surveillance Act, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate President Trump's inauguration and his commitment to revitalizing our great nation. Over the past 4 years, Pennsylvania families have struggled under Biden's America Last policies. While every administration faces challenges, President Biden leaves behind a legacy of weakness and failure. As President Trump said in his inaugural speech on Monday, our country is at the dawn of a golden age, thanks to the president's commitment to America First policies. Look no further than the dozens of executive orders the president signed on his very first day in office as a sign that our country has turned the corner and is headed towards a brighter future. These orders immediately implement policies that will unleash American energy, ensure the freedom of speech in this country, and end federal censorship, secure our southern border, and restore accountability throughout the federal government. While all of these policies put our country on a better path forward, I want to highlight a few that will have immediate positive impacts for our country. With a commitment to safeguarding our great nation, President Trump is restoring common sense immigration policy. On day one, he reversed the dangerous immigration policies of the Biden administration, reinstating sound enforcement measures like Remain in Mexico policy. President Trump further prioritized our national security by designating the crisis at our southern border as a national emergency. Through this designation, the Trump administration can deliver military assistance and critical infrastructure investments to combat the cartel's campaigns of violence. These actions are critical in reclaiming control of our southern border and upholding the sovereignty of our nation. By strengthening our resolve to fight unauthorized entry and unlawful presence, President Trump has once again demonstrated his commitment to American security and prosperity. Unlike the previous administration, President Trump also recognizing the unique and present threat that drug smugglers and cartels pose to the health and safety of the American people, his declaration to designate these organizations as foreign terrorists will ensure the full capabilities of the federal government are being utilized to combat these bad actors. On the global stage, America's standing suffered under President Biden. His disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan led to chaos and the rapid resurgence of the Taliban. This not only endangered countless lives, but also tarnished the credibility of the United States among its allies and adversaries alike. President Trump's plan to restore America's leadership on the global stage is centered on strength, accountability, and putting America's interests first. This is why President Trump also issued an executive order to enhance vetting procedures for foreign nationals entering the United States, focusing on identifying security threats and establishing stricter screening protocols. On day one, President Trump also put our country back on the path of energy independence with his Unleashing American Energy initiative, which reverses the previous administration's harmful policies and expands domestic energy production. Representing the fairway of the Marcellus Shale in Pennsylvania, I know firsthand how important domestic energy production is for our national security and for the global environment. By expediting permits, eliminating unnecessary regulations, and fostering the development of America's abundant natural resources, we are reclaiming our status as a global energy leader. Mr. Speaker, all of these policies were implemented within hours of President Trump taking office. His message and determination to put this country on a better path is absolutely clear. I look forward to working with President Trump and his administration in ensuring a more secure border, energy independence, and making our nation respected again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kamlager-Dove, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to urge Donald Trump to truly put America first by setting politics aside and providing California with the disaster relief we urgently need and deserve. Let's do that by fighting for California, home to close to 40 million people who also live in America. Just a few weeks ago, big, bad fires broke out across Los Angeles County. Donald Trump's first instinct was to point fingers at California leaders for fires caused not by them, but by Mother Nature herself and climate change. And for the record, California has a lot of things, but one thing we do not have is a big old sink that can water the entire state. Now Trump wants to be a unifier. He claims he wants to put America first. So let's talk about what America First genuinely means. America First does not involve placing conditions on disaster aid to Americans simply because of how a state voted. America First does not mean leaving thousands of people without housing amid an ongoing housing crisis. And America First does not look like insurance companies robbing people or putting shareholders first. What putting America first does mean, however, is passing disaster aid without conditions, because as Americans, we help each other when we're in need. At least I thought that's what we do. America first means build and rebuild. Build, baby, rebuild, swiftly and fairly, so no one remains unhoused. And America First means making insurance plans accessible to everyone, not just the rich and those properties who are considered low risk. Mr. Trump, the individuals impacted by the fires in Los Angeles are not just, as you put it, the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country who were present at your inauguration. These are real people, grandparents, parents, children, and grandchildren, working middle-class individuals who have lost everything. And newsflash, Donald Trump, many of them voted for you. So let's support them and not just the wealthy few. That's how we truly put America first. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair and not to a perceived viewing audience. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a new era in American history. I want to congratulate President Donald Trump and Senator, now Vice President J.D. Vance, on their inauguration. This is the beginning of a golden age where we will secure our borders, lower prices, unleash American energy, and drain the D.C. swamp. Under President Trump's leadership, we will restore safety by securing our borders and putting American citizens first. No more open borders or out-of-control illegal immigration. We will cut the costs that are crushing families across this nation and especially in Iowa. By unleashing American energy, we will lower gas prices and subsequently food prices and reduce our dependency on foreign energy. And let's be clear, we're here to tame and drain the D.C. swamp. It's time to root out waste, inefficiency, and corruption that has held this nation back for too long. I pray for their success, that God blesses their leadership and guides their efforts to make America stronger, safer, and more prosperous for everyone than ever before. I would also like to wish President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump a wonderful and happy 20th anniversary. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate a remarkable woman from West Branch, Iowa, Clara Peterson, who recently turned 100 years old. While this milestone on its own, Clara's life and legacy are made even more remarkable by her service to our country during World War II. She proudly served in the Coast Guard, and the Iowa City VA healthcare system honored her with a plaque to recognize her incredible dedication. Clara's humble spirit and sense of humor shine through as she fondly recalls her time in service, joking that she joined in 1945 to help get that darn war over with. But as she herself will tell you, her greatest achievements are not in her service, but in the joys of family, getting married, raising children, and cherishing a family she calls the greatest in the world. Clara, your century of life is a testament to the strength and heart of our nation. We are grateful for your service and your example. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to reaffirm my unwavering commitment to protecting life and supporting both mothers and babies. Every life is precious, and it's our responsibility to defend the most vulnerable among us. As a mother, a doctor, and a member of Congress, I have always been dedicated to ensuring that children have the opportunity to grow, thrive, and fulfill their potential. I'm proud to share that I earned an A+ on the Susan B. Anthony Pro-Life National Pro-Life Scorecard for the 118th Congress. This score reflects my consistent pro-life voting record, co-sponsorships, and efforts to protect the sanctity of life. This week, people from all around the country are coming to Washington, D.C. to celebrate life and advocate for those who cannot speak for themselves. In addition to defending life, we must ensure that mothers have the support and resources they need to make the best choices for themselves and their children. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, today is also my best buddy and nephew, Andrew Martino's 14th birthday. Happy birthday, Andrew. I hope you have a wonderful day. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Barra, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to celebrate 3 young men who this weekend will receive their Eagle Scout badges. Now, Mr. Speaker, I was a Boy Scout in Troop 805 in Downey, California, but I never actually achieved my Eagle Scout, so I know what an honor this is and how hard they worked. I want to celebrate Vincent Vincenti, an honor student at Pleasant Grove High School in Elk Grove, California. His Eagle Scout project, he planned, developed, and installed tree identification signs along the Gold River Parkway's nature trails. This project totaled 30 distinct permanent signs representing a total of 11 different tree species. Vincent is also a member of the Pleasant Grove High School varsity football team, and he's got a stellar academic record with a 4.0 GPA. Mr. Speaker, I also want to honor Chase Soriano. Chase is a freshman at Jesuit High School in Sacramento, California. His Eagle Scout project was working with the Cordova Park and Recreation District to purchase, build, and install a little free library at the neighborhood park to improve literacy in his community. This library allows children to exchange books that they have outgrown or read, allowing others to read the same stories Chase read as a child. Chase plays the bass guitar and the violin and is a member of the football, rugby, and track teams at Jesuit High. He also has an impressive academic record with a 4.1 GPA. Mr. Speaker, I also want to honor Gregory Rubio, who will receive his Eagle Scout this weekend as well. Gregory is a junior at Cordova High School in Rancho Cordova, California, and on track to achieve his International Baccalaureate diploma. His Eagle Scout project was working with the Cordova Recreation and Park District and the Tuskegee Heritage Chapter of Sacramento to design, purchase, install, and promote a memorial to the Tuskegee Airmen at Veterans Park and Mather Air Force Base. These signs focus on the 477th Bombardier Squadron who served at Mather Air Force Base during World War II. Gregory plays the drums, participates in Skilled USA, competes in the Natural History Day at the county and state level, and is a student pilot who just flew his first solo flight. Congratulations, Vincent, Chase, and Gregory on this achievement. When I think about what I learned in the Boy Scouts and when I think about the world that we confronted, they can teach us a lot by that Scout motto, let's be prepared. Mr. Speaker, often the public out there sees Democrats and Republicans fighting and wonder, where did that comedy go? Where did the sense of being together go? Well, Mr. Speaker, this past December, over the Christmas holidays, I was surprised by one of my Republican colleagues, the congressman from Tyler, Texas, who sent me a Greenberg smoked turkey. out of the blue. Mr. Speaker, that is the civility that exists between Democrats and Republicans. I want to thank that member of Congress who represents Tyler, Texas, and that Greenberg smoked turkey sure was delicious. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman from California yields back. The gentleman recognizes the chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I just want to point out, again, President Trump leading the way to make America prosperous and even more free than what we have been the last 4 years. So President Trump, as part of his package of executive orders, has withdrawn us once again from the calamity that is the Paris Accords. Well, our Governor Gavin Newsom in California keeps pushing us down this path of taking away our cars, taking away our gas stoves, leaf blowers, light bulbs, you name it, in this endless effort to somehow chase down carbon dioxide. Well, let me show you. Carbon dioxide, I'll remind you once again, is a tiny portion of our atmosphere. Now, when I ask the average person, it's kind of interesting. Like, how much CO2 is there in the atmosphere? What's the percentage as a gas in the atmosphere? Most people just tend to believe, they don't really know, and they got their lives and they're busy, but they think, wow, it must be, what, 20%, 50%? A lot of it is because of the hype. The hype, our colleagues on the other side of the aisle and the so-called scientists and the media trying to corral us into being scared of CO2 production. Well, in our past years, past decades, past centuries, it's been much higher than what it is right now. So let me give you what the representation actually is. Right here, see this chart? 78% of our atmosphere is nitrogen, okay? 21% is oxygen. We have over here a few trace gases here. It includes krypton and a few things like that. Krypton, water vapor. Here, the third place one is argon, right here in green, 0.93%. Way over here in fourth place is CO2 at 0.04%. Most people have been hyped into believing it's half of it, half the atmosphere, 20% of the atmosphere, as I said. And fear is the effort that's being put upon people. Climate action now, oh my gosh, it's going to be the end of us, by Al Gore, by all the people taking their private jets to Davos and having these climate meetings. Yet the U.S., whether it's part of the Paris Accords or just how we do things, when we improve our technology, we improve our engines, we improve everything that we do if we're allowed to focus on that, we're one of two countries that actually has seen our curve go down a little bit on CO2 production. Us and Japan, the only ones in the Paris Accord of all the Western countries doing that. Now, let's take a look at what China's doing. China is ever increasing their amount of CO2, more and more coal-fired power plants that have very little scrubber activity on them, if at all, on the output from those plants. China is nearly triple of the CO2 production of what the United States is. We're number two. We're a highly industrialized country, but we're already bending the curve downward, aren't we? We don't get credit for that. It's instead, let's export all our jobs, our economy, our manufacturing to China, to India, places like that. Well, India's is on the rise as well. They're a smaller country industrially, but they're on the rise. Why would we do that? Why would we exchange our economy and the way we do things much more cleaner and efficiency to send it over there? Because A, it could be cheaper, easier to get by the environmental regulations and the ridiculousness of chasing the CO2. Carbon dioxide is an essential building block of life. Plants, trees need it. And if we were too successful at dropping CO2 below whatever established standard they want, which is kind of out in the air, it's interesting when I'm in committees here, people don't even know. The experts that sit on panels say, we need to do more to reduce CO2. They don't even know what the baseline number is. I asked them, they think it's 7, 8, 9%. They don't even know. They don't even know where the start is, let alone what the target is. So are we going to continue to let other countries produce the things we need and trade our economy as jobs for that versus as efficiently as well as we do it here? What's that mean? Well, in my district, they're tearing out they have already torn out hydroelectric dams. You know what hydroelectric dams provide? CO2-free power. Oh, let's tear them out because of a fish deal that isn't even going to work out. Let's not build more hydroelectric dams. Let's not, we could add to Mount Shasta here 600,000 more acre feet for all Californians, including those talking about the issues in Southern California where they ran out of water and they're not tending to the foliage there that's helping drive that. No, we can't have conditions on aid. You know, we're helping people down there. That's a different story. But as well, management of forests. It helps have stronger forests, which are better CO2 sinks. You know, a managed forest here versus one that's going to be the next fire. You know, more CO2 is released from the fires in Southern California and the million-acre fires in my district than what, 5 years of cars driving in Southern California produces, and let alone a volcanic eruption, how much CO2 comes out of that. We're chasing the wrong thing here. So I believe that instead, let's not make CO2 the enemy. Let's follow President Trump and get out of the Paris Accords and bring our economy back to this
Gentleman's
country.
time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here this morning and rise to speak and address the nation's #1 insurance program, Social Security. Mr. Speaker, it might surprise... Oh, boy, I'll tell you. Mr. Speaker, it might surprise you that on average, there are about 150,000 Social Security recipients per district. What's equally shocking, however, is that Congress has done nothing in more than 50 years to comprehensively address Social Security, the nation's #1 anti-poverty program for seniors and also for individuals. I know you have to leave, Mr. Speaker, and we'll have another speaker, but in your district alone, there's over 175,000 recipients. And they bring in, Social Security brings in a monthly amount of almost $200 million. That makes it the best economic development program in the nation, with everyone receiving those benefits. And yet Congress hasn't acted, Mr. Speaker, since Richard Nixon was President of the United States. That was back in 1971. Now someone say, hey, no, wait a minute. Didn't we just recently pass something for teachers and firefighters and police officers and municipal employees? Yes, we did. We did pass that. But we did not enhance it because we didn't pay for it. And in essence, what that does, unpaid for, is further hurt the Social Security program by about $98 billion. President Trump has got a proposal. Now, his proposal is to do away with taxes on people on Social Security. We've had that proposal in a bill for more than 10 years. The difference is we pay for it so that the trust fund stays intact, Mr. Speaker. The president does not, and so what that would mean if it were to pass unpaid for, that we would be, by 2030, there would be a 36% hit on everyone's Social Security. So in other words, 2 years after President Trump is out of office, the Social Security fund would be hurt by 36%. What does that mean? To the listeners out there and to you, Mr. Speaker, what it means is that's a 36% cut in their benefits. The average benefit for Social Security for a male is $18,000. For a female, it's $14,000. In 2030, do you think they could stand a 36% cut for that? The last time Congress enhanced Social Security for its constituents was 1971. Now, some might say, no, wait a minute, in 1983, didn't Tip O'Neill and Ronald Reagan? Yes, they did. They worked out a deal. They worked out a deal to prolong the length of Social Security, and they did so by raising the age, which sounds logical, doesn't it? Until you realize that for every year you raise the age, that's a 7% cut in benefits. So proposals by the Republican Study Committee to raise to age 70, for all you viewers and listeners out there to C-SPAN, that would mean a 21% cut in your benefit. And as I said, that benefit for 40% of Americans, this is the only thing that they have, is their Social Security pension. And that's why this Congress has got to take action and do something constructive for all Social Security recipients. And as has been expressed by President Biden's pretty simple solution staring us right in the face, everybody ought to pay into Social Security. Billionaires and millionaires shouldn't be exempt from paying into Social Security. Some pay nothing. Others are done paying by January 1st. But working class America has to pay throughout. Vote for Social Security.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized. Mr. Carter for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the achievement of Paula Wallace, who was awarded the Presidential Citizens Medal this month. Paula Wallace dreamt of a school that would transform how we think about public education. And by establishing the esteemed Savannah College of Art and Design and serving as its president, Ms. Wallace has fulfilled this dream and guided thousands of students into creative industries. The Presidential Citizens Medal was awarded to 20 recipients who have performed exemplary deeds of service for their country or fellow citizens. Recipients of the Presidential Citizens Medal are characterized by their common decency and commitment to serving others, which Ms. Wallace has demonstrated by being a lifelong educator and trailblazer of the arts. Ms. Wallace was selected to be among the distinguished group honored at the White House because her dedication and vision have made our nation in Georgia's 1st Congressional District better. Ms. Wallace, congratulations on this honorable achievement and recognition for all of your hard work. And on a personal note, thank you for everything you've done for my hometown of Savannah, Georgia. I continue to say that SCAD transformed Savannah, Georgia. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Reverend Wayne Rassick, whose retirement marks the culmination of over 25 years of faithful service in the ministry. Throughout his career, Reverend Race has been a guiding light in the United Methodist Church, serving congregations across South Georgia. Most recently, he served as pastor at St. Simon's Island United Methodist Church. He also guided the Chapel United Methodist Church in St. Luke and Savannah, where he strengthened their mission and built meaningful connection within their communities. In addition to his roles as pastor, Reverend Race served in leadership positions within the United Methodist Church's connectional ministries, leaving an unforgettable impact on its mission and outreach. His 9 years at Epworth stand out as a testament to his devotion, during which he touched countless lives and expanded God's kingdom. As he retires to spend more time with his family and friends, we extend our heartfelt gratitude for his remarkable service. While he steps away from his former roles, his legacy will endure as an ambassador of faith and compassion. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the achievement of the National Museum of the Mighty 8th Air Force, which has been named Best Museum in Georgia Business Journal's 2024 Best of Georgia Awards. The museum exists to educate visitors about the courage, character, valor, and patriotism of the brave individuals who fought in the largest air armada in history, the 8th Air Force. The museum preserves the stories of these individuals using exhibits, archival material, and artifacts, including a fully restored B-17 Flying Fortress and an immersive simulated bombing experience. The Georgia Business Journal conducts the Best of Georgia Awards every year, allowing the public to vote for their favorite organizations across a variety of industries in the state. In 2024, the people of Georgia selected the Mighty 8th Air Force Museum to be awarded this prestigious honor to celebrate its excellence and recognize its dedication to preserving the history and legacy of the 8th Air Force. Selected out of over 30 contenders, the award recognizes the museum's significant role in education, preservation, and community engagement. Congratulations to the mighty 8th Air Force Museum on this honorable achievement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with the inauguration of Donald J. Trump, it's a new day in America. On November 5th, 2024, 77 million Kansans and Americans gave Washington, D.C. a mandate to restore common sense solutions to the nation's capital and to get our country back on track. America, we heard you loud and clear and look forward to delivering on that mandate. Our constitutional rights are not up for grabs. Sadly, our rights are under relentless attack from the ever-growing federal government. The rights to life, to bear arms, and even the freedom of speech have become top targets for radical activists. Americans are not interested in sacrificing our freedoms, and I will never stop fighting to uphold and defend these rights. With President Trump back at the White House and Republican majorities in the House and Senate, Americans' rights are safe and protected. I will bring more Kansas values and common sense solutions to our nation's capital. Gone are the days of the Biden administration's burdensome regulations that handcuff Kansans across the Big First District. From their Green New Deal regulatory agenda to their refusal to work with congressional Republicans to pass common sense legislation, it seemed that Washington Democrats were more interested in scoring political points than actually helping Americans. The Biden administration's failed policies ushered 16 million illegal immigrants into the country with no proper vetting or background checks. They spent billions of hard-earned taxpayer dollars trying to implement an electric vehicle mandate that the majority of Americans are not interested in. They oversaw the catastrophic withdrawal of Afghanistan with no remorse for failures. There's a reason that President Trump and Republican Congress are trusted more on issues like border security, the economy, and lowering crime. I will work day in and day out to advance President Trump's agenda and common sense solutions which reflect our Kansas values in the nation's capital, not an out-of-touch agenda that picks winners and losers. I hear and agree with Kansans when they say that Congress needs to get our fiscal house in order and make this government efficient again. Today, our national debt exceeds $36 trillion. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to realize that our current rate of federal spending is unsustainable. If the entire country decided to pitch in and tackle our debt today, every American household would need to contribute $270,000 to bring our balance to zero. Compare that price tag with the average mortgage in the United States, which is about $245,000. This level of spending is not normal. We must get serious about reducing federal spending and putting taxpayer dollars in places we can see return. As a member of the Congressional Delivering Outstanding Government Efficiency, or DOGE caucus, I will work with President Trump to eliminate wasteful spending and roll back burdensome, overreaching regulations that have made life harder for everyday Americans. The federal government should make life easier for Americans or get out of the way, period. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, we need to restore the American dream. As a fifth-generation Kansan, I take the American dream seriously. For 5 generations, my family has farmed, fed cattle, and been involved in our western Kansas community. Today, the American dream feels more out of reach than it ever has. By making the Trump tax cuts permanent, though, Congress has an opportunity to usher in a new era of economic prosperity and growth for the country. If Congress fails to extend those tax cuts, Kansans could see a tax hike of nearly $2,000 next January. That's the last thing we need after navigating 4 years of record levels of inflation. Congress must return to helping Americans thrive and stop playing political games with their livelihoods. Our government of, by, and for the people has a duty to help Americans succeed, not make life harder. The agriculture community alone faces so much uncertainty as it works to feed, fuel, and clothe the world. They too had a mandate and told us to stop holding them hostage to political games and deliver a 5-year farm bill that provides certainty. I will work with anyone to pass a fiscally conservative 5-year farm bill that gives our farmers, ranchers, and agriculture producers the certainty that they deserve. I look forward to working with President Trump to deliver on this mandate in the 119th Congress. I do not serve in Congress to be a caretaker in the slow demise of America. I serve to fight to make it a country that we can all be proud of while ensuring that our brightest days are yet to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order, and the prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Teach us to know that you, O Lord, are our God. You are faithful to us, keeping covenant with us. Your mercy and loving kindness rest on those who love you and who keep your commandments from one generation to the next. On this day, may we in our generation be faithful to this covenant. While it seems an easy task to love you, your commandment demands that we love you with all our heart, soul, and mind. Open our hearts that we would show our loyalty to you by loving others with your great love. Plumb the depths of our souls and attend to all that we fear and desire, so that we, in response and faith, will commit ourselves to work with others, to eliminate hatred, and to grow together in compassion. Search our minds, that we would know what is of you and what is of our own deception, by bringing every thought into obedience with your will. Receive the best and the worst in us, the weakness and the strength in us, the despair and the hope in us, and show your compassion that we may reveal your steadfast love that you give to all of us. In your eternal name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern. The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. What purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today ahead of International Holocaust Remembrance Day to honor the memory of those who were murdered during the Holocaust. In 2005, the United Nations designated January 27th the anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz as the International Holocaust Remembrance Day. The systematic, government-sponsored persecution and murder of 6 million Jews by the Nazi regime and its collaborators is one of the darkest chapters in history and will always be a scar on humanity. We honor the resilience of survivors, and we rededicate ourselves to uphold the sacred promise of never again. We promise to always remember those who lost their lives and those who saved them, those who stood in the face of such evil and refused to turn a blind eye. May we always remember and always pledge never again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this week, President Trump took the oath of office flanked by the richest people in the world. His inauguration guests are reported to be worth over $1.3 trillion. At the same time, the Republican let them eat cake agenda is pushing to take money out of the pockets of hardworking Americans. These proposals, and you can't make this stuff up, that Republicans have been floating at Mar-a-Lago would slash the food budgets of 40 million hungry families by a third. These are the people who claim that they care about food prices, the ones who want to make it harder for low-income school districts to serve free meals to kids, all so they can give tax breaks to the billionaire ruling class. Newsflash for the President and Republicans in Congress. You cannot make America healthier if you take away people's health care and make it impossible to buy nutritious food. Billionaires do not need help, Mr. Speaker. Regular Americans do. I beg you, drop these proposals. Work with Democrats to improve programs that help regular people get by and stop making hunger worse in this country. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize the outstanding achievement of the Spotswood High School girls cross country team, who won the VHSL Class 3 state championship in Blacksburg last November. The incredible accomplishment caps years of hard work. In the last 3 seasons, the Blazers placed 4th, 3rd, and finally runners-up. But they took home the trophy this year with 3 athletes finishing in the top 10, Marika Dickel, Ashlyn Dickel, and Haley Mancini. These all-star honorees were joined by their teammates Carla Argetta Romero, Raina Dickel, Peyton Joyner, Anna Lowe, Mary-Kate Miller, and Lillian Myers. The team combined to score a total of 49 points for first place. They were led by assistant coach Margene Dobbins and head coach Sue Rinker. Coach Rinker's expertise and consistent leadership earned her the well-deserved Coach of the Year award from Miles Stat. Congratulations again to Spotswood Blazers girls cross country state champions. The victory reflects not only the talent and determination of each runner, but also the dedication and support of their coaches, families, and the entire community. I yield back.
Back. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objections, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the extraordinary life of Rose Marie Sickler of Clarence Center, New York, who passed away on December 3rd, 2024. Born on July 19, 1948, to Joseph and Lillian Labuda, Rose grew up in the town of Tonawanda, attended Cardinal O'Hara High School, Medaille College, and earned her master's in elementary education from Buffalo State College. For 30 years, Rose served as a beloved kindergarten teacher in the Depew Central School District. She dedicated her career to shaping the lives of hundreds of students with her joyful heart, innovative programs like the annual Penguin Hop, and her deep commitment to nurturing young minds. A devoted wife to Charles for over 50 years, a loving mother to Dr. James Sickler and Dr. Thomas Sickler, and a steadfast supporter of numerous charitable causes, Rose's kindness and selflessness knew no bounds. Rose faced her final battle with cancer with grace and courage, leaving behind a legacy of love, compassion, and inspiration for all who knew her. May she rest in peace, and may her family find comfort in the memories of her life. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Iowa seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to wish my best bud and my nephew a happy 15th birthday. Today is the actual day. Happy birthday, Andrew. I hope you have a wonderful day. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, January is National Mentorship Month, and it's the perfect time to highlight the transformative work of the Epsilon Sigma Lambda chapter of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated in Rocky Mount, North Carolina, with their Alpha Academy Leadership Development Program, which serves male students from Edgecombe, Nash, Halifax, and Wilson counties. They're empowering middle and high school students in Eastern North Carolina through 3 core pillars: leadership, mentorship, and scholarship. Since its inception, the Alpha Academy has impacted over 200 young men continuously, shifting life narratives and opening doors to a brighter future. These young men have engaged in impactful local and global service projects, from turkey drives and Socktober, impacting areas such as Haiti, and as far as Tanzania. During National Mentorship Month, we celebrate the Alpha Academy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, President Donald Trump became the 47th President of the United States. He has immediately fulfilled his promises made, promises kept on behalf of the American people with executive orders restoring common sense. Led by the President, Speaker Mike Johnson, Senate Majority Leader John Thune, Republicans are delivering an opportunity and freedom agenda by putting America first again, by working to cut taxes and ensure Americans keep more money in their pockets, creating jobs, secure the border to make American families safe again, unleash all the above energy for American energy independence, and to provide for peace through strength with the American military. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Open borders for dictators puts all Americans at risk of more 9/11 attacks imminent, as warned by the FBI. Trump is reinstituting existing laws to protect American families with peace through strength. Americans appreciate the people of Venezuela standing up to the Maduro dictatorship. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today because it is the 52nd anniversary of the Roe v. Wade decision, and reproductive freedom and the lives and well-being of countless women in this country is under attack. We are 1 week into the Trump administration, and House Republicans are already introducing draconian legislation to strip away the reproductive rights of women. This legislation will exacerbate the growing crisis in reproductive health care, driving OBGYN doctors out of the profession and endangering the health of women. This cannot stand. As the father of a 12-year-old daughter, I refuse to let her grow up in a world where she has fewer freedoms than the generations that came before her. That is why I'm proud to announce that I've joined the Reproductive Freedom Caucus. As a California state senator, I led legislation to protect and expand reproductive rights and abortion access, and I'm proud to take up this fight in Congress. Every person deserves the autonomy to make their own health care decisions, and we must continue to do everything we can to restore reproductive freedom and move our country forward. Women, not politicians in Washington, D.C., should be making their decisions on when, whether, and how to start a family. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise with a heart full of appreciation and gratitude as I say goodbye to many of the communities in Alabama's 2nd Congressional District that I've had the privilege of representing over the years. On the plains of southeast Alabama is the city of Troy, nestled on the northern outskirts of Montgomery, is beautiful Wetumpka. At the end of the 118th Congress, I said goodbye to both of my beloved district offices in those cities. As I reflect on my time in serving South Alabama, it is not only the legislative victories and achievements that come to mind, but of our constituent services and successes. The generosity and warm welcome from the cities of Troy and Wetumpka, Mayor Jason Reeves and Mayor Jerry Willis, have allowed me and my team to grow and work diligently for the citizens of Alabama's 2nd Congressional District to achieve many victories. To my staff who have helped me in every step of the way, particularly Bill Harris and John Cox, who staffed those offices, thank you. Your hard work and your passion for public service have allowed me benefits, dollars, and recognitions to be restored to the citizens. To the people of Alabama's 2nd, I am forever grateful for the trust you placed in me and the successes we achieved together. To my commitment to serving Alabama remains steadfast. I will continue to carry the friendships and warmth to these communities in my new Alabama 1st Congressional District. Thank you once again for your kindness, your unwavering support. It has been an honor to serve you. May God continue to bless Alabama's 2nd Congressional District, the state of Alabama, and the United States of America. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Republican Conference, I send to the desk a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 54.
Resolution be considered as read and printed in the record.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Democratic caucus, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 55. Resolved that the following name
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be considered as read.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with, and without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The Chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to 15 U.S.C. 1024A and the order of the House of January 3rd, 2025, the following members on the part of the House to the Joint Economic Committee.
Mr. Swikert of Arizona and Mr. Byer of Virginia.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 53 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 1, House Resolution 53. Resolved that at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill H.R. 471 to expedite under the National Environmental Policy Act of 1969 and improve forest management activities on National Forest System lands, on public lands under the jurisdiction of the Bureau of Land Management, and on tribal lands, to return resilience to overgrown, fire-prone forested lands and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. No amendment to the bill shall be in order except those printed in the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Each such amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. All points of order against such amendments are waived. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill to the House with such amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and amendments thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 2. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House Bill Senate 5 to require the Secretary of Homeland Security to take into custody aliens who have been charged in the United States with theft or for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees, and 2, one motion to commit.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for purposes of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, last night the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 53, providing for consideration of 2 measures. H.R. 471, the Fix Our Forests Act, to be considered under a structured rule. The rule provides for 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees, provides for 1 motion to recommit, and makes 2 amendments in order. Additionally, the rule provides for consideration of S5, the Lake and Riley Act, under a closed rule. The rule provides for 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. Mr. Speaker, we're here today to debate a rule on 2 timely pieces of legislation, beginning with H.R. 471, the bipartisan Fix Our Forests Act. Mr. Speaker, according to the U.S. Forest Service, more than 1 billion acres of forest land are at risk of wildfire. Further, nearly 1/5 of all land overseen by the federal government is at high or very high risk of wildfire. Now, this didn't happen overnight. It's a result of a buildup of bureaucratic red tape, burdensome regulations, and frivolous litigation that have prevented forest management activities like thinning, prescribed burning, and mechanical treatment. What we're left with are dangerous wildfires occurring at record levels and intensities. It doesn't have to be this way, though, Mr. Speaker, and the Fix Our Forest Act takes the proper steps toward restoring forest health, increasing resiliency to catastrophic wildfires, and protecting communities. It does so by reforming NEPA to expedite environmental reviews, reducing frivolous lawsuits, and increasing the pace and scale of forest restoration projects. Additionally, H.R. 471 promotes federal, state, tribal, and local collaboration through the creation of a new Fireshed Center, and it will provide agencies with new technologies and other critical tools which allow a quicker response to wildfires and the ability to implement the most vital forest management projects immediately. As we're unfortunately seeing, more frequently active forest management techniques and a focus on forest health are needed now more than ever, and this bipartisan product is a step in the right direction. Moving on, Mr. Speaker. The rule also provides for the consideration of S5, the Lake and Riley Act, another bipartisan piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, Lake and Riley was murdered in my home state of Georgia in February of 2024 by a Venezuelan man who was illegally present in the United States. He previously crossed our southern border in September of 2022, where he was paroled and released for further processing. Between arriving here and committing his heinous act, the individual was arrested in New York and then again in Georgia for stealing from a Walmart. At the time of Lake and Riley's murder, there was a bench warrant out for his arrest for failing to show up in court. Mr. Speaker, S5, the Lake and Riley Act, as amended, requires the Department of Homeland Security to issue a detainer for any individual inadmissible to the United States who is charged with, is arrested for, convicted of, admits having committed, or admits committing acts which constitute the essential elements of any burglary, theft, larceny, shoplifting, assault of a law enforcement officer, or any crime that results in death or serious bodily injury to another person. Additionally, the bill grants the Attorney General of a state the power to hold future administrations accountable by providing standing to bring civil action against federal officials for the failure to enforce immigration statutes, including mandatory detention, individual parole authority, and visa sanctions. I'd like to commend my colleague from Georgia, Mike Collins, for his work on this legislation and send my condolences to Lakin's family. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to passing this bill in the House for the third time and sending it to President Trump's desk. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts recognized for 30 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I thank the gentleman for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Republicans are bringing up a rule for two bills that will be debated on the floor this week. I look forward to that debate. But I feel compelled to focus on this majority's screwed-up priorities, which now include handing a get-out-of-jail-free card to KKK members, Proud Boys, and other criminals who violently beat cops within an inch of their lives on January 6, 2021. I mean, I thought this election was about lowering costs. What the hell happened? I thought it was about securing the border. I thought it was about making sure that our communities are safe. Not whatever the hell these pardons are. These pardons are sick. They are offensive. They are un-American. And I don't ever want to hear about law and order from your side again, Mr. Speaker, when your side is letting criminals back on the streets. Criminals who beat cops and tried to overthrow our government. 1,500 criminals, including over 600 who were charged with violently assaulting police officers. And I'm here to talk about that on the floor, because I think it's disgusting. I think it's a disgrace. The people Trump let out broke through windows, beat up cops, and desecrated this beautiful symbol of our country. A building, by the way, that terrorists tried to destroy on September 11, 2001. They couldn't get here because they were stopped by the courageous people on board Flight 93. But the crowd that Donald Trump sent here breached the building, and they attacked it in a way that had never been done. It was a horrible, awful thing, what happened that day. I was in this chamber. I was in this room. I was in your chair Mr. Speaker. I took over for Speaker Pelosi when she was evacuated. I was one of the last people off the floor, and I exited through those doors. And I saw the faces of the rioters smashing windows to try to get at us. They wanted to kill people, kill police, kill us. And I saw the walls they covered with feces. I saw them use flagpoles to beat police officers. I saw the fear in the eyes of my Republican colleagues as they cowered that day. And I saw the bravery of law enforcement that protected us. Mr. Speaker, how the hell do you guys walk into this place every day? How do you look the police officers in the eye? How do you do it, knowing the people who tried to kill them will walk free thanks to Donald Trump? These were brave officers who tried to hold the line against a violent mob. And let me tell you, they were outnumbered and they were overwhelmed because Donald Trump refused to lift a finger to help. The people he sent were not peaceful protesters. They were criminals, violent, angry, vicious people. They beat cops into the ground, leaving them bruised and battered. And now Donald Trump let them out of jail. And now he calls them heroes. He wants to invite them to the White House. We even had colleagues here who went to a D.C. jail to celebrate their release and complain they weren't being let out fast enough. This is unbelievable. This is an insult to every police officer in this country. It is an insult to the families of the people who died because of what happened, and an insult to the millions of Americans who believe in law and order, democracy, and decency. Trump is abandoning the blue. He could have chosen to let out only the nonviolent offenders, but he let out people who beat the cops, and that tells you all that you need to know. And I think my Republican colleagues owe it to us during this debate, the first time we are debating on the floor since the pardons, to come down and explain themselves. They owe America an explanation, because the people I am talking to think those pardons are shameful and disgusting and wrong. And I'll wait for an answer, and I reserve my time.
Congressman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as you know, we're here to discuss H.R. 471 and S5, and I now yield 3 minutes to my colleague from Texas, Mr. Roy.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 3 minutes.
Appreciate my friend from Georgia. We are here to debate the rule that we've adopted. Will take up important legislation involving ensuring our forests are no longer such that they're going to catch fire, as we're seeing happening in California, and importantly to deal with the Lake and Riley Act. Now, this is a bill that we passed off the House floor last year. It was rejected by the Democrat-led Senate. They refused to move it. We moved it last week here in the House floor and sent it over to this Senate, now a Republican Senate after the voters spoke. The Senate amended it, made it, I believe, better, sent it to the House, and now that amended bill is on the floor of the United States House of Representatives. Now, let's remember what we're talking about. And this bill is named after Lake and Riley. My friend from Georgia just discussed the facts involving the unfortunate death of Lake and Riley at the hands of someone here illegally, someone here who had committed crimes. I had as my guest this weekend at the inauguration a woman named Alexis Nungare, a wonderful woman from Houston, Texas, whose 13-year-old little girl was murdered by people released into our country last year by the Biden administration. Now, fortunately, those policies are ending under President Trump. But here's the truth. Never again should any American, any Texan, any Georgian have to deal with what was thrust upon them by the Biden administration in terms of the damage, despair, death, destruction, murders, rapes that were perpetrated against the people we represent. This legislation would take a giant step forward to ensure that we can stop any future administration who's not just refusing to enforce federal law, but is actually abusing federal law to endanger our people, our citizens that we represent. This legislation would simply say that we must detain some of the worst people that are here illegally and ensure that they're not released. We're talking about serious bodily injury. We're talking about things that result in death, assaulting police officers. That's all in this legislation. But in addition, in this legislation is an important provision that I was proud to introduce with my friend Dan Bishop from North Carolina in the SUE Act to ensure that attorneys general can sue the federal government when the federal government is failing to do its job. Imagine the ability of Texas or North Carolina or Georgia or my colleagues to be able to say, you know what? Enough. The federal government does not get to ignore its fundamental duty under the Constitution to defend its citizens. And the attorneys general of states ought to be able to stop the federal government when it is endangering our people. This law would do that. This law would honor the memory of Laken Riley. It would honor the memory of Jocelyn Nungray. It would honor the memory of the countless Americans who have lost their loved ones and been dealing with the scourge of illegal immigration endangering our people. I proudly support it, and I proudly support this rule. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Georgia reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I think it takes a lot of nerve to come down here and talk to us about law and order when the gentleman who just spoke was at a D.C. jail celebrating the release of people who attacked and beat cops here in this Capitol, who almost killed them. Some died as a result of their injuries. And I know my Republican friends don't want to defend these parties because what the president did was indefensible. He couldn't release these people who attacked our police officers quick enough. He couldn't release them quick enough. You know, the Speaker of this House was asked about January 6th, about January 6th defendants like Daniel Rodriguez, who pled guilty to viciously injuring a police officer with a weapon. And the Speaker said, and I quote, "It is not my place. It is the president's sole decision. And he made a decision, so I stand with him on it." It's not your place? It's not your place? Mr. Speaker, it literally is your place. It is your place. Mr. Speaker, you preside over this House. You hire the sergeant at arms. You oversee the captain of the Capitol Police Force. If it isn't your place, then who the hell's place is it? I have a radical idea. How about you stand with the officers who were beaten and bloodied protecting you, rather than stand with a reality TV wannabe dictator? If your response to the question about the pardons of people who attacked and injured the officers that you oversee and are responsible for is, quote, "It's not my place," my question to you is this: who do you work for? Do you think you work for President Trump? I would suggest you do some soul searching, and while you're at it, maybe reread the United States Constitution, because you don't work for Donald Trump. You are the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and it damn sure is your place to have an opinion on the people who beat the officers who protect you and this institution, having no consequences for beating men and women who protect this country. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president and direct their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to my colleague from Colorado, Mr. Hurd.
Gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Chairman Westerman for his common sense piece of legislation that we're discussing this afternoon. This is a new day in America. The days of forestry mismanagement are coming to an end. For far too long, our national forests and the communities that surround them have been at the mercy of unelected federal bureaucrats who have become beholden to misguided environmental policies. My district in Colorado is home to 6 of the state's 11 national forests. We've witnessed the destructive force of poor forestry management firsthand. The Multiple Use Sustained Yield Act of 1960 mandates that national forests be managed for multiple use. This includes outdoor recreation and timber management. Washington, D.C. has turned our national forests into national parks by bringing timber management to a standstill and setting the stage for the terrible disasters like those we have seen in California. We can no longer afford to ignore the safety and well-being of our communities. The Fix Our Forest Act lets the Forest Service do its job, restore forest health, increase wildfire resiliency, and protect communities like those in Colorado's 3rd District. I'm proud to be an original co-sponsor of this legislation, and I ask my colleagues to vote yes on the rule and on final passage. I yield back.
Gentleman from Colorado yields back. Gentleman from Georgia reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
I mean, Mr. Speaker, will anybody on that side come down and defend these pardons, which are indefensible? I mean, in any event, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to urge that we defeat the previous question, and I will offer an amendment to the rule to make an order, amendment number 1, to provide a permanent pay fix for federal wildland firefighters. We tried to get this made in order in the Rules Committee, but the Republicans said no to better benefits and a pay raise for the people who are fighting these fires. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
And to discuss this proposal, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the gentleman. I want to associate myself with his remarks condemning the unconscionable silence we hear across the aisle in the wake of these pardons of violent criminals, seditionists, thugs who should never be pardoned or celebrated, and yet that is exactly what is happening even here in the building that they desecrated. Turning to the bill at hand, one thing I hope we can agree on that is clearly missing from this bill is a permanent pay raise for federal wildland firefighters. These brave men and women put everything on the line. They deserve to be paid fair wages for the long hours, dedication, and sacrifice they're putting out. And the good news is that under Democratic leadership, Congress approved a pay raise in the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. The bad news is the authority to continue paying federal wildland firefighters the wages they deserve is about to run out because of partisan politics. Thanks to Republicans, the entire federal government is operating under a continuing resolution, a short-term patch that will expire March 23rd. Good luck hiring a federal firefighter right now with being underpaid to start with and having a looming pay cut because of partisan politics just weeks away. Fixing this should be an unequivocal bipartisan priority, and we have an opportunity to do it right now. That's why 2 of my Democratic colleagues filed amendments to address these issues. Unfortunately, the Rules Committee is refusing to allow a vote on the amendments from Representative Neguse and Representative Lee. That is a shame. A permanent pay raise is not merely a matter of fairness. It is a recognition of the invaluable service these frontline heroes provide. It's an investment in their future, ensuring they can provide for their families and have peace of mind knowing their sacrifices are valued. Instead of rushing this so-called Fix Our Forest Act to the floor to exploit a disaster in Los Angeles, we should be working to address a real problem and doing it together, doing right by our wildland firefighters. So in a few moments, Republicans will be moving the previous question to end debate on the rule. I urge my colleagues to vote against the previous question because doing so, voting no, will allow Mr. Negus's TIMS Act to be brought forward instead of the Fix Our Forest Act, ensuring that federal wildland firefighters are getting the pay and benefits they deserve. That's the bill we should be considering instead of a bill that rolls back our environmental laws and does nothing to help Los Angeles. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, or reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I too am concerned about some of the pardons that were issued. I can't fathom what was going through President Biden's mind when he pardoned his family members and any of his political allies this past week. And it's something that I think does merit much more discussion in how someone just gives family members and political allies a blanket pardon when they had not yet been charged for the crimes that they had committed. Now, Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my colleague from Michigan, Mr. Walberg.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend from Georgia. I rise today in support of the rule and the underlying bill, the Fix Our Forest Act. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, I want to express my sincere condolences to the families who have lost loved ones and homes and history in the tragic fires in Southern California. Our hearts break for them, and our prayers continue to be with them. Today, we have an opportunity to help mitigate future forest fires and protect not only homes and communities, but critical wildlife habitat. Proper forest management can, in fact, help prevent forest fires, and if we follow the science, as this legislation does, we can identify the top areas of concern and take action to address those fire sheds. This bipartisan legislation will empower states, local, tribal, and private partners to do critical wildfire prevention activities necessary to prevent the tragic fires we have just seen recently and in recent years. I also want to note that the legislation does not waive a single environmental law. Mr. Speaker, I'm a conservationist. Coming from the Great Lakes, the state of Michigan, I know the importance of clean air and clean water. What this bill does is streamline fragmented federal programs and makes the existing tools more flexible and efficient. By passing this legislation, we can help protect millions of acres from the threat of wildfires, save lives and livelihoods and history, and protect wildlife habitat for generations to come. I thank Chairman Westerman for his leadership on this critical legislation, and I urge support for the rule and the underlying bill. And I yield back.
Gentleman from Michigan yields back. Gentleman from Georgia reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Speaker, the gentleman from Georgia just changed topics so quickly back to Biden. I have whiplash. I think I need a neck brace to be able to follow his logic here. Look, spare me your comparisons of Biden pardoning his family and Trump pardoning violent criminals that attacked police officers on January 6th. And you know what? You can be against both of those actions, but they're not the same, and they shouldn't even be mentioned in the same conversation. But let me tell you about the people that you can't seem to want to, that you continue to want to defend and who have been pardoned. Here are some of the convicted felons that Trump set free on Monday. Stephen Cappuccio, convicted of 6 felonies, including assaulting a police officer, ripped off Metro police officer Daniel Hodges' gas mask, and at one point during the assault, he said, and I quote, "How do you like me now, mother effer?" Pardoned by Donald Trump. David Dempsey, sentenced to 20 years. He stomped on police officers' heads, struck an officer in the head with a metal crutch, and attacked police with pepper spray and broken pieces of furniture. He also attacked a fellow rioter who was trying to disarm him, and he has a demonstrated history of political violence. Pardoned by Donald Trump. Enrique Tarrio, sentenced to 22 years. Former national leader of the Proud Boys, a domestic terrorist far-right militia. He was found guilty of seditious conspiracy, helped plan the January 6th attack, and made sure it was violent. Pardoned by Donald Trump. Guy Reffitt, sentenced to 7 years and 3 months. He brought a gun, zip ties, body armor, and a helmet to the Capitol, presumably to try to take hostages in an attempt to keep Trump in office after he lost. Pardoned by Donald Trump. Daniel Joseph D.J. Rodriguez, sentenced to over 12 years. He repeatedly tased Officer Mike Fanone, shocking him in the neck multiple times and causing him to lose consciousness and have a heart attack. He was pardoned by Donald Trump. Patrick McCaughey III, sentenced to 90 months. He assaulted police, beat their faces and bodies with riot shields and batons that he stole for them. Pardoned by Donald Trump. Peter Francis Stager, sentenced to 4 years and 4 months. He pled guilty to assaulting an officer with a deadly weapon. On video declaring every single one of those Capitol law enforcement officers, death is the remedy. Those are his words. That is the only remedy they get. Pardoned by Donald Trump. Julian Cater, sentenced to 6 years, attacked Officer Brian Sicknick with pepper spray. Officer Sicknick died the next day after suffering 2 strokes. Edward Jake Lang was on trial for 11 charges, including swinging a baseball bat at officers. In addition to his January 6 charges, he began organizing a nationwide network of armed militias in all 50 states. Pardoned by Donald Trump. Mr. Speaker, criminals pardoned were not tourists. They were not peaceful. They were violent criminals. And here's just one example. Daniel Ball's case was dismissed today, and he was released from jail. Why was he in jail? He was being held in pretrial detention because of what a judge described as, quote, some of the most violent and serious offenses of any of the charges being brought against participants in the January 6th events, end quote. That includes hurling an explosive device into the Lower West Terrace Tunnel of the Capitol, the scene of some of the most egregious violence against police that day. Some officers suffered from hearing loss for months. But get this, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Ball has already been arrested again on federal gun charges. And he was already a two-time convicted felon for, and I quote, domestic violence battery by strangulation and resisting law enforcement with violence. Yeah, he already arrested again. This is who the president pardoned. This is why my Republican friends are silent, because this is indefensible. And I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record a political article entitled, Trump Freed a January 6th Defendant Charged with Assaulting Police. DOJ had him arrested again on a gun charge. No, I'm not yielding. You have more time than I do. All of these people pardoned, and not a word from the other side.
Without objection.
I reserve my time.
Without objection. The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I don't have the whole number, the total number, but how many murderers had their sentences commuted by then President Joe Biden? Do you know? How many was it? Let's see, Biden commuted the sentences of 2,500 drug offenders, clemency to 37 of the 40 people on death row, one of which shot 2 FBI agents, if I'm not mistaken. So, I mean, you're pretty quick to point the finger at the gentleman that was the 45th and now the 47th President of the United States. But I would suggest to you that Donald Trump is the President of the United States today and sitting in the White House today because your policies are so bad, because you put illegal immigrants and their rights above the rights of American citizens. So, again, Biden commuted a lot of sentences of a lot of drug offenders and a lot of people that committed murder. So I don't think you should be pointing the finger at what the 47th President of the United States did when the 46th President of the United States is the one that let people who shot FBI agents out. I reserve.
Yeah. Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair. The gentleman from Georgia reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the best we can get from the gentleman is whataboutism. I mean, he can criticize President Biden, but he can't bring himself to criticize President Trump. He's afraid. And that's the problem. All my Republican friends are in fear that if they question anything that this guy does, that somehow they themselves will be punished. But he didn't even get his facts right on the Pelletier issue. The former U.S. attorney who prosecuted Mr. Pelletier wrote in a letter to President Biden, and I quote, "The prosecution and continued incarceration of Mr. Pelletier was and is unjust," unquote. He also said, and I'll quote again, "I believe that a grant of executive clemency would serve the best interests of justice and the best interests of our country," end quote. And again, this is coming from the man who prosecuted him. And he also says that we were not able to prove that Mr. Pelletier personally committed any of the offenses that happened on the Pine Ridge Reservation. And I contrast that, Mr. Speaker, contrast that with the nation seeing the criminals that Trump pardoned assault cops on live TV. Please, I ask my friends across the aisle, find me one prosecutor, one of the cop beaters that Trump pardoned who regret their conviction. Which one of Trump's pardoned criminals have already served nearly 50 years in prison? And by the way, Pelletier is 80 years old and he's dying. And he was not pardoned, by the way, so you're wrong on that. His sentence was commuted so he could die at home with an ankle bracelet on. And this was done only after faith and human rights leaders like the Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Pope Francis begged for his release for years. So to say this is remotely the same is a joke. Why can't my Republican friends just say that what Trump did by pardoning vicious, violent criminals was wrong? Yeah, and I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, a member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, We should absolutely hold immigrants accountable when they commit a crime, especially when it's against a law enforcement officer. But there are already existing laws for the detention and deportation of immigrants who commit violent crimes. But what we're talking about today is that we must hold convicted felons accountable for attacking our very own Capitol Police. In this very building, January 6th, insurrectionists brutally attacked our Capitol Police and other law enforcement officers. More than 140 cops suffered injuries and went to the hospital. 5 police officers died. President Trump just pardoned the violent thugs who were convicted of those attacks. Shame, and as we'd say in Spanish, sin vergüenza. If Republicans were truly concerned about attacks on law enforcement, they would denounce those pardons. We just heard about the violence that was inflicted and about the violent offenders who committed that. I'm asking my Republican colleagues to also keep in mind the faces and the names of those who were brutally attacked. When you walk into this building and you walk past those Capitol Police who are protecting you today, do you tell them, good morning? You should also tell them, I'm sorry. I am sorry that my president pardoned the people who beat you. I am sorry, and I denounce those attacks because I honor you. But they do not seem to have the courage to say I'm sorry to those police officers. It is hypocrisy to say you care about law enforcement if you don't denounce those pardons. Those violent criminals who Trump describes as peaceful and loving are being...
Gentleladies.
Yield 30 additional seconds.
Gentleladies recognized for additional 30 seconds.
Those violent criminals who Trump describes as peaceful and loving are being released into our communities. We've seen the videos of the attacks, the shouts, the pending, Officer Fanon's, and so many others, their cries for help. It was on video. Americans remember it. I ask my colleagues to remember it. See those videos. The convicted felons were not peaceful. I urge my colleagues to denounce the pardons and to vote against this rule. And I yield back.
Gentlemen, it's back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this rule is about the Lake and Riley Act and the Fix Our Forest Act, and I hope people will vote for it. And with that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Again, Mr. Speaker, not a word about what happened in this place on January 6th. Just can't bring himself to do it. But, Mr. Speaker, I have a question, and that is, why won't you install the plaque honoring the brave members of law enforcement who protect us on January 6th? I mean, a lot of my colleagues may not know this, but Congress actually passed a law, Public Law 117-103, on requiring the plaque to be installed on the west front of the Capitol before March 15th, 2023. So for 21 months now, almost 2 years, this Speaker has refused to honor the Capitol Police and other law enforcement by installing the plaque that we all voted for. I know it exists, Mr. Speaker. I've actually seen photos of it, so I know it exists. I've seen photos. Why is the delay? Why won't you put it up, Mr. Speaker? And I think I know. I think I know why. Because Republicans don't want to honor the police who were hurt and who died after that attack. Maybe the gentleman from Georgia can explain why the plaque has yet to be installed. I won't hold my breath, but instead, let me read the plaque, Mr. Speaker, so Speaker Johnson and others know what it says. And it says, on behalf of a grateful Congress, this plaque honors the extraordinary individuals who bravely protected and defended this symbol of democracy on January 6, 2021. Their heroism will never be forgotten. And because Republicans will not, I want to take a moment to thank all the agencies that are listed on this plaque who are being disrespected by this leadership by refusing to honor them. So I want to say thank you to the United States Capitol Police, Thank you to the Metropolitan Police Department of the District of Columbia, Arlington County, Virginia Police Department, Fairfax County, Virginia Police Department, Maryland Department of State Police, Metro Transit Police Department, Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority, Montgomery County, Maryland Department of Police, New Jersey State Police, Prince George's County, Maryland Police Department, Prince William County, Virginia Police Department, Virginia State Police, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, Department of Health and Human Services, Department of Homeland Security, Federal Bureau of Investigation, National Guard Bureau, Pentagon Force Protection Agency, United States Marshal Service, United States Park Police, United States Secret Service. Thank you to all the officers from all those agencies who were here that day to protect our country, to protect all of us. I appreciate you, and you should know that a lot of Americans have your back, even if this president and the Republicans do not. I reserve.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I too want to thank all of the law enforcement and first responders that protect this country on a daily basis. And Mr. Speaker, we know the polls show that the majority of them voted for Donald Trump. And with that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would just say to the gentleman, to say what he just said, but not reference what happened that day, and not acknowledge the pain that it has caused so many families, so many people who we work with every day who protect us. I have to say that's a little bit much. I now yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, the distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Scanlon.
Gentlelady is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you. It is disappointing but unsurprising that House Republicans have made it their top priority in their new Congress to pass a bill, H.R. 28, designed to generate headlines rather than solve actual problems. Now, I've spoken on the serious flaws in this bill several times, including last night in the Rules Committee. But it is worth noting that since the House last considered this bill, it's been altered with an increasingly ironic amendment. The amendment added mandatory imprisonment for people accused of assaulting a law enforcement officer. I say this amendment is ironic because yesterday, just hours after taking the oath of office, President Trump granted mass pardons for over 1,200 January 6 MAGA rioters who'd been convicted and ordered the dismissal of cases of hundreds more, including hundreds who assaulted police with bats, poles, bear spray, explosives, and other weapons. Over 140 officers were hurt that day with injuries including crushed spinal discs, traumatic brain injuries, heart attacks, and strokes while they bravely defended the Capitol and those who work here. Some lost their lives or became permanently disabled after sustaining injuries and horrific trauma at the hands of fellow citizens during the MAGA attack on January 6, 2021. In issuing those pardons, President Trump put the presidential seal of approval on political violence, so long as it supports him, and even if it's directed against law enforcement. And just to be clear, there was no case-by-case review of these convictions. This is a blanket pardon. Already, we're seeing the fruits of that incredibly dangerous act of pardoning people who attack the Constitution, this Capitol, and the police officers and people in it. Among those attackers are dangerous felons who are not chastened or remorseful or reformed. They feel emboldened. One of them, Daniel Charles Bell, has just been rearrested 1 day after his January 6 case was dismissed on new weapons charges. Another, the infamous MAGA supporter known as the QAnon shaman, tweeted Monday, "I got a pardon, baby. Thank you, President Trump. Now I'm going to buy some mother effing guns." These pardons show an utter disrespect for law enforcement, our criminal justice system, and the rule of law. They have been rightly condemned by the International Order of Chiefs of Police and the Fraternal Order of Police, among other police organizations. But virtually every House Republican has turned their back on our police and cowered in silence rather than denounce this shameful decision to put those criminals back on our streets. I continue to oppose this rule and this bill. I seek unanimous consent to introduce into the record the joint International Association of Chiefs of Police and the Fraternal Order of Police statement on the recent presidential pardons dated January 21st, 2025.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask the gentleman from Massachusetts, is he prepared to close or does he have more speakers? He is prepared to close. I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
How much time do I have left, Mr. Speaker?
The gentleman has 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to first ask unanimous consent to insert in the record an article from the Wall Street Journal today entitled "Trump Pardons the January 6 Cop Beaters." And the editorial asks, law and order, question mark, back the blue, question mark, what happened to that GOP? And again, I appreciate the gentleman thanking—
Without objection.
Thanking in general our law enforcement officials, but it is troubling that he can't bring himself to address what happened that day. My Republican friends are afraid to debate and to discuss what happened on that day, and it is so disappointing in so many ways. Mr. Speaker, January 6th was not a tourist day. It was a horrific attack on the police who protect our country. And I saw with my own eyes the officers with blood on their faces, battered and bruised from fighting off a violent mob. So many of them had to go to the hospital to get stitches, to get medical care. They were severely wounded. And I'll never forget the smell of tear gas or the horror on people's faces as we were rushed out of this chamber. I watched from the Speaker's chair as Republicans cowered and hid for their lives that day, letting the Capitol Police run to the front lines to protect them. And on Monday, Republicans let out the violent political extremists who did all of this. Republicans let them back out on the streets. Trump called them patriots. He called them hostages. There's nothing patriotic about beating police officers with flagpoles, Mr. Speaker. The patriots were the law enforcement officers who protected this institution. There's nothing patriotic about the KKK, the Oath Keepers, or the Proud Boys. Trump pardoned them. There's nothing patriotic about viciously assaulting police officers. There's nothing patriotic about bashing heads and breaking into the Capitol building because of a deranged fantasy that you're going to overthrow the government. There's nothing patriotic about any of that. But Donald Trump doesn't care. He pardoned them because he only cares about him. Mr. Speaker, where is your outrage over any of this? Where is your spine? To be silent after these pardons is terrible, and it speaks for itself. And as for me, I stand with the police officers who were here that day. I stand with the officers who are trying to maintain law and order. I stand with the people who are disgusted that Donald Trump is opening the doors and letting out the criminals who attack them. I don't hear a single Republican brave enough to come to this floor and condemn these pardons. Not a single one. It's cowardice. It's hypocrisy. They are rewarding political violence and setting the stage for much, much worse things to come. You heard from Representative Scanlon, some of them are bragging about how they're going out to buy more guns. What is that about? Violent, dangerous people who beat cops, who tried to kill members of this body, who tried to kill our staff, they're let back on the streets by Donald Trump. It's a disgrace. You should be ashamed, Mr. Speaker. You own this now. You know that. And the law enforcement officers of this country know it too. They're watching and they will remember. There's a great conservative, Edmund Burke, who once said, all that it takes for evil to triumph is for good men and women to do nothing, to be silent. Well, I, for one, am not going to be silent. We're going to continue to talk about this until we get it right in this country, in this chamber. I can't speak for my friends on the other side of the aisle, but if today is any indication, you're just hoping and pray that it goes away, that everybody forgets. But we will never forget what happened here on January 6th. The American people will never forget. And the American people did not vote for this. They did not vote to let these violent criminals back on the streets. So I urge a no vote, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close and yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this vote is on the rule to advance H.R. 471, the Fix Our Forest Act, and S5, the Lake and Riley Act, regardless of what you've listened to if you've been watching this over the last hour. And so this week, the House has the ability to advance significant legislation in the House of Representatives. That's our job. The Fix Our Forest Act can mark a return to active forest management and return resilience to overgrown, fire-prone forested lands. And I'd be willing to bet that that piece of legislation probably passes in a bipartisan manner. The Lake and Riley Act will ensure that criminals who illegally cross our borders and endanger our communities are detained and deported, while also giving states the ability to bring civil action against any federal official in the future should they refuse to enforce our country's immigration laws and put American citizens at risk by refusing to do so. Again, I want to thank the law enforcement officers, the Capitol Police specifically, and all of those who take care of us on a daily basis, And I send my condolences to Lake and Riley's family. I look forward to voting yes on this bill and sending it to President Trump's desk for his signature. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting yes on the previous question, yes on the rule, and then I hope they'll vote yes on the legislation. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
Gentleman from Georgia yields back. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question on H-Res 53 and adoption of H-Res 53 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as a 5-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 53, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 1, House Resolution 53, resolution provided for consideration of the bill H.R. 471 to expedite under the National Environmental Policy Act of 1969 and improve forest management activities on National Forest System lands, on public lands under the jurisdiction of the Bureau of Land Management, and on tribal lands to return resilience to overgrown, fire-prone, forested lands and for other purposes, and providing for consideration of the bill, Senate 5, to require the Secretary of Homeland Security to take into custody aliens who have been charged in the United States with theft and for other purposes.
The question is on ordering the previous question. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 214, the nays are 204. The previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. And the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker?
The gentleman's recognized.
As for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 213, the nays are 204. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Do you want me to just get things rolling? The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 53, I call up the bill S5 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 5, an act to require the Secretary of Homeland Security to take into custody aliens who have been charged in the United States with theft and for other purposes.
The House is not in order. Members, please take your conversations outside of the floor. Pursuant to House Resolution 53, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. The gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on S5.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, S5 bears the name of Laken Riley, murdered by one of the 8 million illegal aliens that Joe Biden and his Democratic supporters deliberately allowed into our country over these last 4 years. In Laken's case, the murderer was paroled into this country through a shocking abuse of that power. He was repeatedly arrested for theft and other crimes in sanctuary jurisdictions, and each time released back onto our streets. Just months before he murdered Laken, he was arrested for theft. But ICE couldn't take him into custody because of the Biden-Harris administration's policies that shielded such monsters from arrest and deportation. This measure, first introduced by Representative Mike Collins, would require ICE detention for illegal aliens who were charged with, arrested for, or convicted of any burglary, theft, larceny, or shoplifting offense. Now, the Democrats have argued that, well, mere accusation of committing a crime should not be grounds for detention, and besides, shoplifting's no big deal. Well, they ignore the fact that every illegal alien is currently required to be detained by current law throughout the pendency of their asylum claims. The Democrats have thumbed their noses at this law for the past 4 years. Their excuse is that they are prioritizing detaining more dangerous offenders. Well, this bill does exactly that, yet they still oppose it. During his first term, President Trump proved that the president, on his own authority, can secure our borders. President Biden proved that a president who's determined to make a mockery of our immigration laws can willfully open our borders to the most violent criminals, terrorists, gangs, and cartels on this planet, and then use the Democrat sanctuary laws to protect them. This national nightmare ended at noon on Monday. But what of future presidents? This bill assures that what happened to Laken Riley cannot happen again should another Joe Biden disgrace the presidency. Now, our Senate colleagues have added to the Laken Riley Act parts of Sarah's Law, introduced by Representative Randy Feenstra and Senator Joni Ernst, to mandate detention for illegal aliens who commit any offense that involves death or serious bodily injury. Sarah's Law was named after Sarah Root. On January 31, 2016, as Sarah drove home after celebrating her college graduation, an illegal alien who was street racing while drunk slammed into her SUV, snapping Sarah's spine and fracturing her skull. Sarah died 4 days later on February 4th. Within hours of her death, a judge set the illegal alien's bond at $50,000 because no detainer was filed despite a desperate request by local police to do so. The administration defended this dereliction of duty because, quote, the illegal alien had not been convicted of a criminal charge and therefore was not an enforcement priority. S5 closes this loophole by requiring detention for illegal aliens, like Sarah Root's killer, excuse me, who are arrested for, charged with, admit to, or are convicted of any crime that resulted in someone's death or serious bodily injury. In addition, this bill includes elements of Representative Jeff Van Drew's Detain and Deport Illegal Aliens Who Assault Cops Act, which passed the House last year and applies the same mandate for those who assault law enforcement officials. Now, this bill would also allow states to bring a civil action against derelict federal officers who refuse to enforce immigration law. This was first introduced by Representatives Dan Bishop and Chip Roy in the Sue for Immigration Enforcement Act. That bill also passed the House twice as part of the Laken Riley Act. That bill was also killed by Senate Democrats last year. Well, whether it's sober reflection or perhaps the sobering results of the November election, a handful of Democrats in both the House and the Senate have now come over to support this law, and we welcome them. We wish them well in convincing the majority of their party that they need to change course, if not for the good of our country, then at least for the good of themselves. We'll take their support any way we can get it. I have every confidence that President Trump will end this scourge upon our nation during the next 4 years. This law, and the others that will follow it, will assure that no future president will be able to unleash upon our country what Joe Biden and his Democratic supporters did. I urge my colleagues to support it, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in opposition to S5. All these fine speeches, all these fancy parties with billionaires and congressmen in tuxedos, all these executive orders for big oil and the tech broligarchs, all these complete and unconditional pardons for Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, and violent extremists who chanted, "Hang Mike Pence," and smashed, swarmed, and wounded our police officers in this building with steel poles, baseball bats, American flags, Confederate battle flags, and bear mace. All this sound and fury on day one and week one, but nothing to bring down grocery prices, nothing to bring down the cost of rent as they promised, nothing to improve our health care system or build on our success in the last Congress in reducing prescription drug prices, nothing to get health insurance coverage for millions of people who don't have it, nothing to bring down the cost of housing or build new housing, nothing to combat the nightmare of climate change other than the full-scale retreat of withdrawing from the Paris Climate Accord, nothing to address the real problems faced by the American people. So today they want to change the subject from the indelible and shocking public safety disaster of the president releasing hundreds of convicted felons, specifically violent cop-beating felons caught on tape in the act, whom he had incited on January 6, 2021, back into the population with no plan for protecting the American people or the public safety. So what do they want to talk about today in their wisdom? Public safety and immigration. Well, great, let's do it. This bill does nothing to address the major problems we face in the immigration system or to secure the American border. Nor does it do anything to address the major problems we face in public safety, such as the central and overriding problem of out-of-control gun violence, which takes tens of thousands of American citizens' lives every year and is the leading cause of death among American citizen children up to the age of 18. Now, Mr. Speaker, it may surprise a lot of Americans, but we actually know how to solve these problems, how to make substantial progress on both immigration and public safety. The roadblock is that the majority completely lacks the political will to do it. Why? Well, the Republicans are divided between two extreme positions. The big business tech oligarchs who bankroll their party, who love cheap foreign labor under the current regime, and the inflamed nativist mega element who want to shut down all immigration, including legal immigration, and believe in right-wing conspiracy theories like the racist Great Replacement theory. Look, Congress could pass bipartisan, comprehensive immigration reform this week. Senate Republicans and Democrats reached a powerful and painstaking compromise with President Biden last year to fortify our border with more border agents and more enforcement, more detection technology, more asylum judges, and more funding. But President Trump told House Republicans to tank this popular bipartisan agreement, to sink it. He didn't want a bipartisan border solution to improve things in the real world. He wanted a permanent border crisis to run against on TV. Not doing anything means that Trump doesn't offend his big business supporters who want cheap foreign labor under the current regime, but it allows him to pander indefinitely to his mega base with nativist rhetoric and tiny little messaging bills that move a few words around but don't fundamentally change anything. We should add to the tough border measures already negotiated last Congress a meaningful pathway to citizenship proposed for Dreamers, TPS holders, and other law-abiding, productive immigrants. If we move from demagoguery to deliberation, we can flesh this out and we can make immigration work for America, a nation built on immigrants. We have huge job shortages in agriculture, in manufacturing, in retail, in seafood, in nursing and hospitals, and many other areas. We should not be plunging America into chaos to deport millions of people when we already need millions of new people to work here. If the GOP plan of deporting 12 million people were really to happen, it would plunge us into another Trump economic crisis like the last one under COVID-19, but maybe even cause a depression this time. The vast majority of Americans know what common sense dictates. We must make it a lot harder for people to get into our country illegally, but we must make it a lot easier for people to get into our country lawfully. Today, only 2% of people seeking admission lawfully are admitted, and Donald Trump and his first administration crippled legal immigration into the country. He banned many legal immigrants unable to prove that they have high incomes. He banned immigrants from 13 specific countries. He banned most visa applicants and most skilled temporary workers, deeming them an economic threat. We must reform our system consistent with our values as a nation. Similarly, when it comes to public safety, we could arrive at a common sense, bipartisan agenda right now to make our communities a lot safer if we were serious about it. Let's take the central problem of gun violence, for example, which now takes more than 48,000 American lives a year and is the leading cause of death for children and young people in America up to the age of 18. Gun violence costs America an astonishing $557 billion a year, Mr. Speaker, more than $500 billion a year because of gun violence. Mass shootings with an AR-15 or other assault weapons have become a terrifying feature of gun violence in America, although they account for just over 1% of the tens of thousands of lives we lose generally to gun violence, where old-fashioned handgun homicides and suicides and accidents continue to cause the vast majority of death. Here are some policies that the vast majority of Americans support that we could pass this week if they would allow us to do it, Mr. Speaker. Congress could close the loopholes in the Brady legislation, like the internet loophole and the private gun show loophole. We could pass universal violent criminal background checks on all gun purchases, something supported by upwards of 90% of the American people. Vast majorities of people of both political parties, independents, conservatives, liberals, gun owners, non-gun owners, almost everybody supports it. We could pass a military-style assault weapons ban, which more than more than 60% of American support. We could crack down on the proliferating danger of ghost guns, and we could expand red flag laws nationwide. Alas, our colleagues refuse to do any of it because their well-advertised compassion for the American victims of violent crimes committed by undocumented aliens, which they base their entire argument on and which we all share, apparently does not extend to the far larger class of American victims of violent gun crimes committed by other American citizens, even though we have not just 48,000 Americans killed every year, but 115,000 American citizens wounded and maimed trying to survive this gun violence debacle handed to us by the NRA and their followers in Congress. They argue that the Second Amendment prevents all these common sense gun safety measures, even though the Supreme Court has repeatedly upheld them, including an assault weapon ban, criminal background checks on gun buyers, and so on. When a white supremacist gunman bearing an AR-15 assassinates dozens of American citizens' school children in Connecticut or Florida, dozens of citizen and non-citizen Walmart shoppers in El Paso, Texas, or supermarket shoppers in Buffalo, or worshipers at the Mother Emanuel Church in Charleston, South Carolina, or worshipers at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, our colleagues extend only thoughts and prayers. They say nothing can be done, alas. There's just evil in the world, and the Second Amendment keeps them from acting. We just have to accept this as the inescapable human price and sacrifice paid for the Second Amendment, even though that's not what the Supreme Court says. Well, at least today shows they think something can be done to stop violent crime in America. Will they take their newfound sense of moral outrage and compassion and apply it not just in one case, but to the tens of thousands of victims of gun violence in America? America is waiting for an answer. What is the majority proposing today? Well, S5 is a bill to subject to mandatory detention not just undocumented people who've been convicted of theft, shoplifting, and other criminal offenses, which has been the law supported unanimously by both parties since 1996, but people who've been simply charged with such offenses or arrested for such offenses, even if the charges are dropped or even if they're never filed in the first place. It's an odd way to fix the border because it has nothing to do with the border, and it's an extremely attenuated and constitutionally dubious way to promote public safety. The vast majority of serious crimes committed in America are committed by American citizens, not aliens, and the vast majority of aliens don't commit crimes at all. But this bill doesn't even focus on the culpable class of undocumented immigrants who commit crimes. That the law already does. It focuses on those who are arrested, even if they're never charged, or those who are charged with crimes, even if they're never convicted, or even if the charges are dropped. A young person in Dhaka who's with a group of friends, when one of them is arrested for shoplifting and then all the kids get charged, will be subject to mandatory detention and deportation, even if the child was not shoplifting and the charges are dropped. The bill is likely to pass, no doubt, because of the profound sympathy we all share for the parents and family of Lake and Riley who have suffered an unthinkable, totally shocking, and profoundly unnecessary trauma. This should not be a partisan issue, and it should not be demagogued for partisan purposes. But when we get serious about comprehensive threats to public safety in our immigration system, we will have to address the mass crises staring us in the face, like the gun violence epidemic, which takes the lives of tens of thousands of American citizens every year at the hands overwhelmingly of U.S. citizen gunmen. We reserve, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the so-called bipartisan legislation that the gentleman refers to would have made it impossible for President Trump to have taken the actions he has just taken to secure our border until illegal immigration exceeded 4,000 entries a day. That's why it collapsed in the Senate and it was ultimately disavowed by its own author. The gentleman is correct to lament the terrible violence in our nation, especially in our dangerous democratic cities. So here's a modest proposal. Take the criminals off the streets, like Lake and Riley's killer. which is exactly what this bill does. I'm now pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Yakum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of the Laken Riley Act. The Biden-Harris administration was marked by failure and corruption. But the failure that sits head and shoulders above all others was their open border policy. Almost immediately after President Biden was sworn in, America was overrun by a massive, unprecedented surge in illegal immigrants. The chart next to me shows just how dramatically President Biden failed compared to his predecessors. Over double the southern border crossings of any president since 2001. This border chaos was ignored for all 4 years of the Biden and Harris administration. It was downplayed as seasonal or written off as mere ebbs and flows. Find me somewhere on this chart where the surge was only seasonal. Show me where it ebbed or flowed. Illegal immigrants continue streaming across President Biden's open border in droves because they knew they'd face no consequences from an administration that was more focused on inventing new rhetorical flourishes to paper over this very real crisis. More content to wish it away rather than actually do something about it. President Biden's failure at the border had impacts across America. Every town was a border town. Once sleepy places were suddenly forced to contend with sex trafficking, drug trafficking, child labor, infectious diseases, petty theft, and yes, even rape and murder. Cartels got rich, and small towns in my district were left scrambling for money and resources. This chaos was a choice made every single day of Joe Biden's presidency. No more. Monday marked a new era. President Trump has already taken more decisive action in 48 hours than President Biden took in 4 years. Let's send this bill to President Trump's desk. I urge my colleagues to vote for sanity and common sense. I urge them to vote yes. I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman Maryland is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from New York, Representative Espaillat.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to S5. I rise in opposition to S5 because the bill is redundant. In fact, the provisions of this bill to penalize those that have committed violent crimes are already included in a penal code. So this legislation is redundant. What it does do, in fact, is it would force ICE to treat minor offenses as violent ones. That includes, of course, a child caught stealing a candy bar from Walmart, someone who jumps the turnstile in a New York City subway, or takes a box of cornflakes because they otherwise have no way to make ends meet. But it also sends a chilling effect out there amongst law-abiding families and workers who are too frightened to show up to their shifts at farms, hospitals, businesses, and schools across the country. Mr. Speaker, this bill is redundant. And frankly, the Laken Riley family should not be subject to the political theater that's about to happen here today. In fact, we should be looking at this issue to fix the problems of both the border, but also to regularize dreamers, farm workers, and keep families whole. At the end of the day, dreamers are productive. They contribute to our society. Farmers need their workers, and we need their workers. And families need to stay together because families that are divided are weak families, and that makes up a weak nation. So this is a redundant bill. While they are targeting the immigrant communities for stealing a candy bar, the folks from January 6th, get this, were released. They were released and sent out to our communities, felons. Today, I think of Officer Daniel Hodge, whose gas mask was ripped off his face as he was punched in the face and was stuck in between two doors. America saw the film. America saw the video of him crying for help.
Gentleman's time has expired.
We will continue to fight for sanity and against any political theater that happens here on our floor. Thank you. I yield back.
We reserve.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Feenstra, the author of Sarah's Law that is incorporated into this bill.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the Laken-Riley Act, which includes my bill, Sarah's Law, as an amendment. In the early morning hours of January 31st, 2016, Michelle and Scott Root received the call that every parent never wants to hear. Their daughter, Sarah, had been killed in a car accident. What's worse is that Sarah was murdered by an illegal immigrant who was driving while drunk, 3 times over the legal limit. However, instead of answering for his crimes, the illegal immigrant posted bail, was released from jail, and fled our country, never to be seen from again. This egregious loophole in the federal law must be closed so that victims like Sarah Root can receive justice and criminals can do the hard time they deserve. That's why, alongside Senator Joni Ernst, I introduced Sarah's Law to ensure that any illegal immigrant who injures or kills an American citizen is swiftly detained and punished for the fullest extent of the law. As a father of 4, I can't fathom the pain the Root family feels to this day. It's truly heartbreaking. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation to deliver justice for Sarah and her family. I look forward to President Trump signing this bill into law so that illegal immigrants who break our laws are held accountable for their crimes. This must be done. Thank you, and I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Florida, Representative Frost.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I oppose this bill for many reasons, but I really want to get to the heart of the problem for me. On day 1, President Trump started his project to deport thousands of our neighbors, even legal immigrants, asylum seekers, and people who were born here in the United States. The Laken-Riley Act is another piece of that tragic project. Laken-Riley's death is a tragedy. She should be alive today. And I'm glad that that killer is facing accountability, as should anyone who harms an innocent person. But we got to be really clear about the bill in front of us. This bill does not make our communities safer. It gives this extreme president the authority to do something that actually most Americans don't agree with. Changing our laws so that way any immigrant is detained if they are accused, not convicted, accused of a crime undermines due process. This bill requires the government to detain people who pose no risk to our communities. It's a shameful bill that will result in the violent detention of innocent people and children. Many are going to regret enabling Trump's brutal agenda, and the question is when? When abusive boyfriends trap women in violent relationships by threatening to falsely accuse them of a crime, will you think back to this day? When ICE raids a kid's classroom or goes into the Sunday school service to lock up some classmates, will you feel shame then? When there are no more resources because we've been prioritizing looking at promising young DACA students and rounding them up for no reason, will you regret voting for this bill then? Our country has failed to ensure that every American has the resources they need to live a good life. And it's because of the greedy, richest 1%, corporations and spineless politicians, that you don't have health care, that you need multiple jobs, that your check isn't big enough for those bills, and that you can't afford to rent and buy, but it's not the fault.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I grant the gentleman an additional 1 minute.
It's not the fault of our fellow Americans who might be undocumented. The solution here is not violence. On its face, This is an evil bill meant to empower a violent man who is not interested in solving the problems of working people, but interested in power. And it seems that any bill that gives him power, he and his party will ruthlessly pursue. But not me. I urge a no on this bill and yield back.
We reserve.
Maryland. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd remind the gentleman that current law already requires every illegal immigrant to be detained. That law is simply not being enforced. This bill says if that illegal alien, who's supposed to be in custody anyway, is arrested for other crimes, they really have to be taken off the streets. If this bill had been law, Laken Riley would be alive today. I'm now pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. You know, before I started, and again, these are not prepared notes, but I wanted to address a few of the things that the ranking member, Congressman Raskin, mentioned. And it seems to me that from what I hear on the other side is everything but really dealing with and focusing on what this bill says and what it does. He wanted to talk about inflation, which, by the way, was created on that other side, food prices and energy and utility, all of it. Want to talk about all that. Want to talk about gun violence. I'm willing to debate gun violence for hours and discuss the issue, but definitely, even on that issue, doesn't want to speak about the liberal policies that exist in so many urban areas where we let out violent criminals over and over and over again and change very often felonies to misdemeanors. You want to know about gun violence? That's what gun violence does. That's what gun violence is created by, so much that is happening there. Their answer would be to put more gun laws in place that inflict more regulation upon honest, good gun owners that don't ever do anything to anybody. It would be to impinge on Second Amendment rights. But I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about this act because I know we are on the right side of this. Laken Riley was killed while going for a jog. That's the issue. An innocent woman who never did anything to anybody harmful in her life, that wanted to be a nurse, that wanted to help other people, that couldn't even get the last damn telephone call from her mother, was murdered. And then I hear from the ranking member, well, the vast majority of illegals don't commit crimes. My God, I hope not, because we've got close to 10 million of them as best we can tell, but there are hundreds that were on the terror watch list, thousands that have committed crimes and where the problems really do exist, and that's unacceptable. This administration has had recklessly abused the mass parole policies. It's flooded our nation with illegal immigrants. It never should have happened, and it impinges and hurts the security of the American people. I'm here to represent, we are here to represent the American people. And you know, across the country, we heard about the woman that was set afire in New York City. And what was the first thing that the city of New York, with its liberal policies, did? They refused to honor ICE's detainer request for the man responsible for setting another human being on fire. Our immigration laws have to be upheld. Failure to do so is why Laken Riley is not alive today. It's why Washington State Trooper Christopher Gadd's family will never see him. His children and his wife will never know him anymore. He's gone. It's why when Laken Riley struggled for almost a half hour, when she was beaten, when she was disfigured, when her head and skull was crushed, that we can't bring her back. We can't bring her life back. I don't want to hear about all this other political stuff. I don't think the American people do. They want an answer. And I'm pleased to see the Senate adopted.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I yield another 30 seconds to the gentleman.
Adopted the amendment that we wanted, which was to put in there the legislation that we had to detain and deport illegal aliens who assault cops. They've broken the law once. And now we are saying, my God, if you do it again, no, you are going to be detained, and you are going to be deported. And I'll tell you, a lot of Democrats are going to vote for it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Reserve.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
I thank the ranking member.
Mr. Speaker, I want the American people to know, with eyes wide open, what is inside this bill. Because we stand here just 2 days after President Trump gave unconditional pardons to violent criminals who attacked our nation's capital on January 6th. And these are the people who want you to believe, who want us to believe that they're trying to, quote unquote, keep criminals off the streets. When they are opening the floodgates. I want the American people to know what is in this bill. Because in the guise and in the wake of tragedy, we are seeing a fundamental erosion of our civil rights. In this bill, if a person is so much as accused of a crime, if someone wants to point a finger and accuse someone of shoplifting, they will be rounded up and put into a private detention camp and sent out for deportation without a day in court, without a moment to assert their right and without a moment to assert the privilege of innocent until proven guilty. Without being found guilty of a crime, they will be rounded up. That is what is inside this bill, a fundamental suspension of a core American value. And that is why I rise to oppose it. If you're a dreamer, all someone has to do is point a finger and you will be rounded up. And we have seen moments like these happen before. In the Patriot Act, in the wake of the travesty of 9/11, a fundamental suspension of American civil liberties. That is what we are seeing here today. Mr. Speaker, you may wonder why so many of our friends across the aisle who care so deeply about the rule of law happen to be so desperate to pass this bill, after they are unleashing people who attacked police officers here on this Capitol into roaming our streets, who are publicly saying now they want to get a gun. Suddenly, these folks care about public safety? I don't think so. Look no further than the price tag of this bill, $83 billion. They know that it can't be paid for. They know that the capacity is not there. And you know what will be there? Private prison companies are going to get flooded with money, who give this money, no doubt. I want folks at home to look. Look at what members of Congress are invested in private prison companies who receive this kind of money, and look at the votes on this bill. It is atrocious that people are lining their pockets with private prison profits in the name of a horrific tragedy and the victim of a crime. It is shameful. It is absolutely shameful. And Mr. Speaker, I'll conclude with this. In a few months, there are members of Congress who voted for this bill who are going to pretend they didn't know about all the bad things that are going to happen because of it. So when a private prison camp opens in your town, when a dreamer...
Time has expired.
I yield the gentlelady an additional 30 seconds.
So when a private prison camp opens in your town, and they say, we didn't know this was going to happen, know that they did, and they voted for it. When a dreamer is disappeared from your classroom, when the President of the United States destroys what is left of the Constitution as he's announced in this attack on birthright citizenship, they will all say, we didn't know this was coming. And I want the American people to know that they did. This vote represents it. And with that, I yield back. Thank you very much.
And lady yields.
We reserve.
Gentleman from Maryland reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Green.
Thank you. Well, I certainly hope we do open as many prisons as possible to round up as many illegal aliens that have invaded our country and those that are breaking our laws, killing our citizens, women and children, and causing complete havoc across our great land. I support the Laken Riley Act, and I support the Laken Riley Act because Laken Riley should be alive today. And she would be alive today if it hadn't been for the Democrats and the Biden administration that ripped our border open and allowed this illegal alien monster to come into our country. And then in the state of New York, when this monster was arrested for committing crimes, the Democrat state of New York let him go. And that's how he came down to Georgia and murdered our Laken Riley. This is a bill that cannot get passed enough, and I'm so thankful that the American people overwhelmingly voted for Donald Trump so that we can sign this bill into law, and it can't happen fast enough. Thank God. But listening to my colleagues, the Democrats on the other side of the aisle, complain and whine and defend illegal aliens that break the law the minute they cross our border is pathetic. The American people are so sick and tired of it. They cannot believe what our country has gone through. And it is enough. It is absolutely enough. But they will go on to defend anyone that is not American because of their America Last policies. You talk about tax dollars used. Our tax dollars should be used defending Americans. And you want to talk about spending a lot of money? Spending a lot of money should happen for American causes, American purposes, and American security. Laken Riley is a young woman who should be living her American dream, and she had the right to do it. But people that come across our border illegally are not Americans, and they do not have rights here. And that is exactly why anytime they break a law, anytime they cross into our country, they should be rounded up and shipped out as fast as possible. And if we need to build more prisons, then we'll do it. Because the American people will support it. Thank you, Chair. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields.
Reserve.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Illinois, Representative Ramirez.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Thank you, Congressman. Oh. Mr. Speaker, it's hard to keep myself composed when I hear people and their hypocrisies that actually generate profits for them talk the way they do and then also use the word God somehow in their speech. Look, let me say this. We cannot realize justice by engaging in grave injustice. We cannot achieve safety by putting millions in harm's way. We cannot honor our ideals that we talk so much about in this place by undermining civil rights. Preemptively jailing people is not accountability. It's inhumanity. Mandatory, indefinite detention based on accusations, folks, accusations, not charges, not convictions, accusations. That's a tool of dictators, not democracies. So let me be clear. Laken Riley's death is a tragedy. And we have work to do to protect women and make our communities safer. So we should be bringing bills like Break the Cycle Violence Act to the floor, perhaps have a discharge petition and do it right now. But let's remember, undocumented immigrants, they didn't make college unaffordable. They didn't destroy our environment. They didn't deny insurance claims, or they didn't raise our rents. Scapegoating immigrants just deflects the accountability from the corporations and from the billionaires, bosses, profiting from everyday American hardships. That is what this is all about. Ending due process so that they can profit. I encourage my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Maryland reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Under.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of Senate 5, the Laken Riley Act. But first, I'd like to point out that my Democrat colleagues are all exercised about the pardons of Donald Trump of January 6 protesters, but they said not a word when President Biden commuted the sentences of 37 cold-blooded murderers on death row in our federal prisons. This bill is the Senate amended version of Representative Collins' bill that passed this chamber earlier this month. It is named after Laken Riley, the 22-year-old Georgia nursing student who was brutally murdered by a criminal illegal alien. Another casualty of the Biden-Harris Democrat open borders policies. This bill adds burglary, theft, larceny to a list of crimes for which it would be mandatory that illegal alien criminals be deported. The Senate also added a very important provision that adds assault of a law enforcement officer or causing bodily injury to another person to this act. The Laken Riley Act, when signed by President Trump, will begin the long and hard work of protecting Americans from the more than 10 million illegal aliens that were enabled by Biden's open border policies. On January 7th, I was very encouraged to see 48 of our Democrat colleagues in this chamber vote for the common sense protections that Americans support in the Laken Riley Act. Yesterday, 12 Senate Democrats joined all the Republicans in supporting this common sense measure. Look, deporting criminal illegal aliens should not be a partisan bill. I hope our Democrat colleagues will side with us on this issue to protect Americans and put Americans first. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Reserve.
Gentleman from California Reserve. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm yielding 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib.
Thank you so much. It is so shameful that the first bill of the new Congress will put a target on the back of millions of our neighbors that work so hard, that build up our communities. It is also going to increase militarization of our neighborhoods. As somebody that grew up in Southwest Detroit, where you'll find 20 different ethnicities, people from all over the world came together, and you should see how beautifully diverse it is, but how they built up communities and neighborhoods. They're an integral part of our neighborhood. And one of the things that I have been seeing over and over again on social media already, Mr. Chair, is literally militarization of Border Patrol, officials everywhere, just people scared and petrified because that's what's exactly happening, because this promotes racial profiling. The bill blatantly violates due process. I mean, these are literally being allegations and charges, not actual convictions. Y'all act like if somebody's undocumented, they can't be deported. They can. As a former immigration attorney, I know that for a fact. You're making this up so you can literally allow people to be profiled and discriminated against. Blame them for the cost of eggs? Is that what we're doing here? We're blaming them because you guys can't get corporate greed on a side that is a disease that is killing our economy? People can't afford housing? You think it's because of our immigrant neighbors? No. If you cared truly about fixing our immigration system, you'd go fix it so that U.S. citizens married to undocumented spouses can actually adjust their status, where we have mixed statuses because for 30 years we've ignored and vilified immigrants. Enough is enough. It will separate families. It would lead again to continued discrimination. It's shameful that my colleagues are giving into racist fear-mongering at the first opportunity to pass legislation to scapegoat our immigrant neighbors and fuel hate in our communities. I know what's going to happen. It won't just be undocumented. It'll be people like my mother who will get stopped and profiled. She have to carry her U.S. passport around? Are we asking people now to have documentation? That's what you want to turn our neighborhoods into, is militarization?
I yield the gentlelady an additional 30 seconds.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I just ask all of you to truly understand what this will do to our communities. I urge our colleagues to please vote no on this divisive bill. And it's so important to understand what you're going to turn our communities and our neighborhoods into. We can't allow that to continue to happen. With that, I yield.
Members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized. Gentleman from California is recognized. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins. He is the author of the Laken Riley Act in the House, representing her hometown and her grieving family. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank the gentleman for yielding, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to take a minute to talk a little bit about the journey of this bill. When this tragedy happened, and we took a look at what could be done to make sure that this doesn't happen again, and I talked with the family and asked them if we could put Laken Riley's name on it. And their response was, Congressman, if there is anything that Congress can do to make sure that this doesn't happen to another family, then please put her name on it and get this thing passed. That we did. 37 Democrats with all Republicans in the House passed that bill in the 118th Congress. Sent it over to the Senate, and where so many of the other good bills went, it fell into the black hole of the Senate, never to be seen again. Had another discussion with the family later and told them where the bill was sitting and what was going on. And I told him I could never let it go. I just couldn't let this go. Because Laken fought with every ounce in her body to stay alive that day. And I vowed I would fight with every ounce I had to make sure that we protected families across this country. And that we did. I want to thank the family for allowing us to do that. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank my colleagues for sticking in here and voting with us. Not just the Republicans, but the Democrats. People on the other side of the aisle. Not just in the House, but it went through the Senate. And we had Senate Democrats that went with this bill as well. This is a good bill. It's a common sense law enforcement bill. Simply states, minor level crime now, local law enforcement can contact ICE to get these people detained, processed, and deported. These people, these criminals that come across that inflict violence on American families, they just get more and more emboldened.
Expired. To the gentleman. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. They just get more and more emboldened. And they create larger and more heinous crimes. And that's exactly what happened here in the Laken Riley murder. Mr. Speaker, I encourage all my colleagues, let's get this passed today. Let's get this done. I'll leave you with one other thought, too. I've always heard a saying, there's nothing with any meaningful legislation that happens in this town up here until the American people demand it. And by God, they're demanding that this get passed and we get these criminals out of our country. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from California is recognized. Reserve. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
We have no further speakers, Mr. Speakers. So we'll reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California Mr. is Speaker, recognized. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you to my good colleague from California as well for leading this charge and being that strong voice. So we seem to have a common California problem anyway on a lot of issues. And reminding people that California is a sanctuary state and some of the first sanctuary cities emanated from California, leading to this problem. And by doing so, Governor Gavin Newsom and the rest of the state is actually defying federal law on enforcing borders and turning over criminal illegal aliens when they capture them and detain them. Lives are being lost because of that. So let me go back in time a little bit so they're not forgotten. Jamil Shah II. Jamil Shah II, at the time a 17-year-old high school student and a promising athlete, shot and killed on March of 2008 near his home in Los Angeles. His assailant, an undocumented immigrant or illegal alien, whatever you want to call it, he was a member of the 18th Street Gang, been released from jail just the day before, prior to this shooting. Later on, he was finally convicted in 2012 and sentenced to death, then commuted by Gavin Newsom. Shaw's death led to increasing scrutiny of these policies and hopefully results here today. Let me remind you of Kate Steinle. That one gripped the nation as well. Killed on a pier in San Francisco when an illegal immigrant who shouldn't have been there got a hold of a gun and discharged it and caught poor Kate Steinle. This man was finally acquitted of murder and manslaughter and only put away on possession, fell in possession of a firearm. So this became a focal point in discussions of sanctuary cities as well. We have this opportunity here to not have this happen again and again because we know well, unfortunately, the story of Laken Riley, as that's more fresh in our minds. But we can't go back and forget about people like Jamil Shah, whose father I've met, who was grieving at the time and is still grieving now, Kate Steinle, and so many other names that we're not naming here yet today. We need to do better. Support this legislation. I yield to my colleague. Thank you.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, sir.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is
We're
recognized.
prepared to close, Mr. Speaker.
I'm ready to close as well, so I yield to the gentleman. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Can you tell us how much time we have?
Gentleman has 6 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry that Representative Collins has left. I was just presented with a tweet that he sent out about the New Jersey-born Episcopalian Bishop Marianne Budd, who performed a service as part of the inaugural ceremonies, and apparently he was not pleased with what she had to say, and he wrote, "The person giving this sermon should be added to the deportation list." And I would have asked him whether he was serious about that. Of course, the Episcopalian bishop is a U.S. citizen, but of course, that's very much in the spirit of the times. Reminds me of the period of the Alien and Sedition Acts in 1798, when there was an effort to use the Alien and Sedition Acts, which have been invoked recently by the new president, in order to persecute the political opponents of the administration, as well as to chase down and kick out of the country all of the dangerous French immigrants who were spreading revolutionary propaganda in the country. And a friend of Jefferson's wrote to him, John Taylor, to say how exhausted he was by all of the political fighting and the demonizing of immigrants and the attempt to shut the borders down and to attack political opponents as enemies of the state and so on. And Jefferson wrote him this beautiful letter back. You should check it out online if you can. It's a letter to John Taylor. And in it, he counseled patience. He said, "A little patience, and the reign of witches shall pass over. Their spells dissolve, and the people, recovering their true sight, recover the true principles of their government. In the meantime," he said, "we're suffering all of the horrors and indignities of the hysteria." But he said, if the game runs against us at home sometimes, as inevitably it will, then, he said, we must have patience, because this is a game where principles are at stake. Our colleagues have spoken up for nothing other than due process. The idea that the bipartisan compromise that has been cemented in law since 1996 should stand, saying that we want the immediate detention and deportation of undocumented people who actually commit crimes. And in an effort to drive a wedge in this body, they now say they want to move from people who've been convicted of crimes, which obviously accords completely with common sense, to people who've just been accused or charged with crimes, even if the charges are dropped, even for offenses as small as shoplifting. In any event, we don't claim somehow that one side or the other is morally righteous and the other is morally wrong. We're trying to have a public policy debate. And the role of public emotion in public policy debates, Mr. Speaker, is an interesting thing. Some people think it's enough to show up and say there's been a terrible event. There's been a sickening murder or rape. Therefore, you must pass our bill, without even reading the bill, without even looking to see what's in the bill. Does it make sense as a matter of public policy? If that were the standard they actually believed in, they would be voting for all of the gun safety legislation they've been rejecting, because every time there's a massacre, whether it's in Connecticut or Florida or Texas or Illinois or any of our communities, we come in and we say, we want what the American people want in public opinion polls, a universal violent criminal background check. We want a ban on military-style assault weapons. There's no reason 18-year-olds should be bearing AR-15s and showing up in classrooms and churches and synagogues with weapons of mass destruction. If it were enough just to appeal to emotion, they would be voting with us. But no, they say, well, that conflicts with their public policy understanding. Well, at the very least, you think they would have the burden of telling us what they do support. But we never hear anything. You don't hear a peep out of them about gun violence, because the Second Amendment, as they misinterpret it, is sacrosanct, as well as their NRA support and contributions. That's what they bow down to, is the National Rifle Association when it comes to this policy debate, because they won't advance anything that conflicts with the NRA, even if the Supreme Court says it's perfectly fine. We had a ban on assault weapons for a decade. It was perfectly constitutional. We have the Brady Act. We have a violent criminal background check. But even though expanding it to make it universal would save hundreds or thousands of lives, American citizen lives every year, they won't touch it. So don't invoke emotion selectively and say everybody's got to go along with what you're saying without even analyzing the policy implications and the constitutional implications. If you're not willing to put anything on the table to reduce the sickening death toll for gun violence in America, there's nothing in the world that approaches what we've got here. It's 25 times higher than the EU countries. Dozens of times higher than Japan, Canada, UK, you name it. And yet they pretend as if there's no problem. And yet they seize on an opportunistic bill like this to try to drive a wedge within our Congress and within our people. I hope they do better when we get to the second week of this new administration than freeing violent criminal felons who stormed this Capitol and attacked our police officers, and then bringing forward a bill like this to try to cover up for their complicity with that sickening violence against our constitutional order. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California is recognized. You have 7 minutes and 15 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, in response to my friend, I'd say after the last 4 years in which the Democrats brought the full force of the government to intimidate social platforms, to shut down dissenting opinions, and stifle public debate, I'd be a little more careful about invoking the Alien Sedition Acts. The gentleman offers us gun control as an antidote. We offer criminal control. Get the criminals off the streets, which is exactly what this bill does. And I'm sure that he must be very upset that Mr. Biden pardoned his son for gun crimes. Mr. Speaker, to my Democratic colleagues who've joined Republicans to pass this bill into law, I thank you for standing up to the woke left of your party. That's a hard thing to do, especially when it exposes you to their insults and epithets and threats of political retribution. To the others, I ask how many more laws with names attached to them do we need to pass before you take this crisis seriously? How many American citizens must die at the hands of illegal aliens before we all agree that these tragedies are fully preventable? Must the name of my child or your child be the one attached to an HR number or an S number before Democrats can vote yes on these common sense bills? The fine point of the matter comes down to this. If this bill had been law, Jocelyn Nungari, Sarah Root, Rachel Moran, Laken Riley, and many, many more such victims would be alive today because their killers would have been taken into custody. And under President Trump, they would never have been allowed into our country in the first place. With that, I ask for adoption of this measure and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 53, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The question is on the third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading. The question is on pass.
An act to require the Secretary of Homeland Security to take into custody aliens who have been charged in the United States with theft and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I'd like to request the ayes and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the Chair.
Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. The first, the motion to suspend the rules, pass H.R. 165. 2, passage of Senate Bill 5. First vote is electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as a 5-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is vote on the motion of the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 165, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 165, a bill to direct the Secretary of the Interior to complete all actions necessary for certain land to be held in restricted fee status by the Oglala Sioux Tribe and the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe and for other purposes.
The question is, will the bill suspend the rules and pass? This question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? The members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas were 416, the nays 0. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business to vote on the passage of Senate Bill 5, on which the nays and yeas are ordered. Clerk will report the title.
Senate 5, an act to require the Secretary of Homeland Security to take into custody aliens who have been charged in the United States with theft and for other purposes.
Question is on the passage of the bill. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 263 and the nays are 156. The bill passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider laid on the table.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. If the members will remove their conversations to outside of the floor. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. In order. For what purpose does the gentleman New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Be in order. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to celebrate an extraordinary milestone in the life of Alfred Al Magnatta.
Be in order. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to celebrate an extraordinary milestone in the life of Alfred Al Magnatta, who will turn 100 years old on January 27th. Al's legacy is one of unwavering dedication and service to his country and community, a true embodiment of the American spirit. Al served as a B-17 aerial gunner in the United States Army's 8th Air Force Division during World War II, completing 25 missions while stationed in England. Returning home in 1946, Al joined the Congress Fire Department and rose through the ranks, serving as chief from 1960 to 1962, and later as Rockland County Deputy Fire Coordinator, a role he held for over 6 decades. Over 79 years of continuous service, Al has responded to countless emergencies, from the 80-hour freight train fire in 1974 to drills at Indian Point and more. His leadership, commitment, and resilience have been instrumental in shaping fire safety standards across Rockland County and New York State. At 100 years young, Al remains the Congress Fire Department's oldest active member, continuing to respond to calls and serve his community. Please join me in honoring Al Magnatta, a hero, a leader, and an inspiration to us all. Happy birthday, Al. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Last year, I was so proud to be one of the people to help lead an effort to create the first ever White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention. Since its establishment in 2023, this office has helped reduce gun violence by 20% and delivered the lowest violent crime rate in over 50 years. The office wasn't about politics, it was about saving lives, and even had bipartisan support from members in this chamber. But on day 2 of the Trump administration, something happened. That progress was recklessly dismantled by President Donald Trump. Just today, 1 day after the office was shut down, students were shot at a high school in Nashville and 1 was killed. While lives are stolen daily by gun violence, this administration is busy signing executive orders that have nothing to do with helping working families and keeping our communities safe. After every mass shooting, the cries of grieving families begged us to do something over the last 4 years, and we did by making this office. But here we are again, forced to abandon the efforts that have saved lives. Leaders on both sides of the aisle need to come together to pass common sense gun reform, and we can't stop fighting until we have another Office of Gun Violence Prevention. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute to rise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, my constituents need more salt, and Congress must deliver it in this year's budget. The state and local tax deduction is the #1 federal tax issue for Long Islanders. It protects taxpayers from being taxed twice on the same income and ensures fairness in our tax system. Some of my Democrat colleagues claim salt is a relief, is a handout for the wealthy, and nothing could be further from the truth. My district has one of the highest costs of living in the nation, where what's considered a high income elsewhere barely covers expenses. Some of my Republican colleagues argue salt relief subsidizes bloated state budgets, but the facts don't lie. States like New York, New Jersey, and California send billions more to Washington than we get back. Meanwhile, states like Kentucky and South Carolina and dozens of other red states receive much more than what they contribute. We Long Islanders aren't asking for any special treatment. We just want our fair share. A higher salt cap means tax fairness. It means economic equity. And it means relief for hardworking families. Let's get it done. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I stand to honor and remember the life and the legacy of Dr. Harold Bailey, President of the NAACP Albuquerque chapter, leader across New Mexico, a pillar in the community, mentor, a father, someone who mentored countless generations of individuals who have transformed the fabric of our life in New Mexico. His work on civil rights and early education will be remembered for generations. As we remember Dr. Bailey, let us commit ourselves to upholding the values that he championed: equality, compassion, and an unwavering dedication to improving the lives of others. May Dr. Bailey's spirit continue to guide us as we strive for a better future for all Americans and for all New Mexicans. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to honor Master Sergeant Linda Faye Julian. Sergeant Julian enlisted into the Tennessee Air National Guard in 1975 and attended dental specialist school at Kessler Air Force Base. She deployed in support of many operations and exercises with 134th Air Refueling Wing. Sergeant Julian served her country with distinction during Operation Desert Storm and Desert Shield. In 1987, she was selected as the Air National Guard Outstanding Medical Corps Airman of the Year. She was a great mentor to many young airmen who went on to have very distinguished careers in the medical clinic and the Air Guard, and she retired in 2002 after a distinguished career of 27 years. She didn't stop giving once she retired. Sergeant Julian continued to serve her community through the Junior Service League in Blount County. She was passionately involved in charitable causes, including Toys for Tots and the Meals on Wheels program. She touched countless lives with her kindness. She was proud of her 3 children and 3 grandchildren and was always happiest surrounded by her loved ones. Sergeant Julian loved her country and her community. It's my honor to recognize Master Sergeant Linda Faye Julian as Tennessee's 2nd District, January 2025 Veteran of the Year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the remainder of my time.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to Dr. E. Lavonia Allison, a fierce civil rights activist, accomplished educator, and esteemed political leader. As a lifelong resident of Durham, North Carolina, Dr. Allison's impact was profound and multifaceted. From her time as serving as first vice chair of the Durham County Democratic Party to her leadership as chair of the Durham Committee on the Affairs of Black People, she worked tirelessly to uplift the African American community and ensure that their voices were heard and represented in local politics. She was quite literally the personification of Ella Baker. Her steadfast focus on civic engagement in the city of Durham has been a catalyst for over 60 years, connecting our civil rights past to our hopeful present through the power of the ballot box. Her lessons will echo across the campus of North Carolina Central University and the state for years to come, and her legacy will live through the life of young people that she trained and mentored throughout her dynamic life. I will miss her as a trusted advisor, a supportive colleague, and a dear friend, and I offer my heartfelt condolences to her family, loved ones, and the entire community during this difficult time. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and honor the retirement of Mr. Jeff Barker, marking the conclusion of a truly remarkable career. For over 40 years, Mr. Barker dedicated his life to leadership, compassion, and service. He spent 20 years at Gilman Paper Company, which was once the largest privately owned paper company in America and a cornerstone employer in Camden County. After the mill transitioned ownership, he continued his distinguished career as executive vice president. Following the paper mill's closure in 2002, Mr. Barker was selected as the first president and CEO of the St. Mary's United Methodist Church Foundation. Under his leadership, the foundation expanded its mission to serve Southeast Georgia, the nation, and the world. It has promoted global Methodism, supported evangelical ministries, and partnered in international relief efforts. For 24 years, Mr. Barker brought hope and opportunity to vulnerable populations in his community and across the globe. His life's works left a legacy both locally and internationally. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Barker and offer our best wishes to him and his family as he embarks on a well-earned retirement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker, I rise to seek unanimous consent for my 1 minute remarks to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, during my 8 years as mayor of Houston, I've faced 7 federally declared disasters. I want to thank this House for your support. Texas has experienced more billion-dollar disasters since 1980 than any other state in the Union. Hurricane Harvey in 2017, Winter Storm Uri in February of 2021 cost us billions. I am grateful to the White House under the leadership at the time of President Trump and Biden and bipartisan members of Congress for the billions of dollars sent to Houston and Texas without any preconditions. Disasters affect Democrats and Republicans and every social economic group. People lose their homes, their furniture, their cars, their pets, and many lose their lives. These disasters affect them physically and mentally. For many families with limited means, and especially those with children, they do not know how they're going to move forward. The support of Congress gives them hope. Resources lighten their burden and renews their faith that country will be there for them in their moment of need. I pray we will be there for the people of California, as Congress was there for Texas without conditions and for others that may face disasters in the future. Mr. Speaker, that is who we are. I yield back my time.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today marks 52 years since that fateful Roe versus Wade decision, a decision that has tragically ended countless unborn lives. The Supreme Court, not too long ago, did find that it was unconstitutionally put in place, not legislated, but done by the stroke of a pen of a court. This week, thousands of people across the country are coming together in Washington for the March for Life, showing their unwavering commitment to standing up for the unborn and pushing for a culture that values and protects life. Every life is precious, and it's our duty to defend those who can't speak for themselves, even though there's those that would say it's just a clump of cells. Well, those clumps of cells always, every time, develop into a human, not a puppy, not a waffle, always a human. And for people to try and deny that science is ridiculous. That's why I'm honored to have received the A+ rating by the Susan B. Anthony Pro-Life Scorecard for the 118th Congress, a recognition of my own dedication, but that of so many of my colleagues as well, that we all back each other up on. Protecting life doesn't stop there. We need to make sure that mothers have the information they need and the support they need so they can make informed decisions rather than those glossed over by the abortionists. I yield.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I can hear the cheers rising in Toledo, Ohio, the 100-year legacy home of Jeep Wrangler, Jeep Gladiator, and I can hear the cheers coming from Shawn Fain, the president of the United Auto Workers nationwide, and regionally Bruce Bumhauer, the Local 12 president, Dave Green, the regional leader of Region 2B, and Tony Toddy, the president of Local 14. This afternoon, Chairman John Elkin from Jeep Stellantis announced plans by Jeep Stellantis to reinvest in industrial America. In Toledo, Ohio, they will invest in order to produce, and I'm reading directly from his remarks, taking product actions for Jeep Wrangler and Jeep Gladiator in our Toledo Assembly Complex and more components critical to our production in the Toledo machining plant. This means jobs, living wage jobs, jobs with retirement benefits, jobs in the middle class. He also announced in Belvidere, Illinois, Detroit, Michigan, and Kokomo, Indiana, similar investments. Mr. Speaker, thank you so very much for the leaders of Jeep Stellantis and their union workers for keeping their word to America's workers. God bless them, and God bless America. I yield back.
Thank you. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
Again, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Great to see you up on the dais there. With President Trump officially in the White House and the inauguration festivities behind us, House Republicans are hitting the ground running this week on critical bills that protect our most vulnerable among us and respond to the devastating wildfires ravaging throughout Southern California. But just to capture what just happened maybe 30 minutes ago, we passed in the House of Representatives, we just passed the final version of the Laken-Riley Act, which is common sense immigration, border security protocols that put the lives of Americans first. It's so common sense. I'm going to highlight there are 2 people, and primarily probably just one, that made this so we couldn't do this a year and a half ago when it should have been done, a year ago in the 118th Congress. We just had over a dozen Democrats in the Senate vote for this bill. We had numerous Democrats in the House also support this bill. Well, what's the difference today versus 6, 8 months ago when we tried to pass this? It's Senator Schumer. Senator Schumer, as the leader of the Senate, would not allow for this bill to come up. He told those 12 Democrats in the Senate, I'm not going to give you a chance to actually vote for sensible border security about the life lost of a Georgian because of absolutely insane border falter from President Biden. So Chuck Schumer basically said to a big portion of his Democrat senators, I'm not going to give you a chance to vote on something sensible. The House sent it over to us. We're not going to vote on it. We make one change. You put Senator John Thune in the leader position where he with Republican senators decide, let's get this on the floor. And a dozen or so senators come on board from the Democrat side and vote for something sensible. I wish the American people truly understand. That is why elections are so important. That's why you put conservative leadership over in the Senate, coupled with what we're doing in the House to provide sensible legislation. It's not extreme legislation like what it gets highlighted. It literally is going to make a positive impact, and that's just the second day. President Trump now has something to sign and show the American people that we hear you and we're ready to go and move about this. I commend the bipartisan group of individuals from the Democrat side in the House and the Senate that were willing to sort of buck the trend and say, look, let's do this. So very excited about it, and make that point. Obviously a little frustrated that it took so much time. It should have been brought up under Chuck Schumer's when he was majority leader, but that's clearly not the way he's going to govern. Who knows if President Biden would have signed it, but if the Senate leader is going to push, you can sometimes get something across the finish line, even in the White House, even in an opposing White House. This week, so we got that done today, but this week we're going to focus on Congresswoman Wagner's Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act, another very common sense piece of legislation that protects the fundamental right to life by ensuring that babies that survive an attempted abortion receive the same medical care health providers would administer to a fetus born prematurely at the same age. If a baby survives an abortion, this bill says to that physician, hey, you got to administer the same health care treatments that you would in any other labor situation. This legislation also requires health care providers transport the child to the hospital and report abortion violations to law enforcement. Also, as Southern California continues to struggle with devastating wildfires, House Republicans are also supporting Chairman Westerman's Fix Our Forests Act, which enhances resiliency after wildfires and reduces regulatory burdens that hinder active forest management. I'm grateful to my colleagues for joining me this evening to discuss these necessary pieces of legislation, and now I will gladly yield to my colleague from Wisconsin, so much time as he may consume, Mr. Van Orden.
I thank the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Speaker. I look at this issue from a different perspective. I was a combat medic in the United States Navy SEAL teams for over 2 decades. And if I had encountered an enemy combatant that was injured on the battlefield, and I have, if I did not render medical aid to the best of my ability, up to and including to the detriment of my own troops, I would be subject to prosecution. When we talk about the most innocent amongst us, unborn children, who survive the most traumatic circumstances imaginable, an attempted abortion, when we say as a body that we will not render medical aid to that human child, we are less of a people. And unfortunately, tomorrow, you're going to hear many of my Democrat colleagues say that this bill is to restrict a woman's right to have an abortion. And that's a lie. You're going to hear many of my Democrat colleagues say that this is vindictive. That's a lie. You're going to hear many of my Democrat colleagues say that Republicans want to burden women who find themselves in a place where they feel like they must abort their unborn human child. And that's a lie! Enough! This is about the sanctity of human life, the dignity of a child, our ability as a nation and as a body to express humanity to someone who has done nothing wrong, not to themselves, not to our culture, not to our society. So I would implore my Democrat colleagues to look at the life of a human child that has survived the most traumatic possible circumstance, an attempted abortion, and think of that child as their own. And think of that child as someone that is a child of God, that is the apex of creation, because that is exactly what that child is. And they deserve all of the respect that we can possibly give them because they are our children. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman, the passionate gentleman from Wisconsin. Always appreciate it. I now will yield so much time as he may consume to the good gentleman from California, and look forward to hearing more of his perspective on what's ravaging through his state. Again, our hearts go out to those affected, and I think, as you hear many conversations about the California wildfires, you constantly hear that, the concern for the human element of this, and a sincere desire to find improvements in how we address this going forward. Support them now and address this going forward, and I yield that time to Mr. LaMalfa.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Appreciate it a lot. You know, if you watch this channel a whole lot, you might see me on the floor a lot talking about forestry and water, whether it's California or the whole West. And my colleague from Utah, I know it greatly affects him too, the way the forest fires and lack of forest management is it's appalling. And why do we have to suffer this year after year when we know what actually works, when the Forest Services should be doing its job and treating more acres at a timeline that is much more rapid? We'd want to say increase the pace and scale of doing so, and it just doesn't happen. And we know they face lawsuits all the time, but at some point we have to be able to beat the lawsuits, let them come, but go get the work done, and be bold, be strong, and take them on. Because, you know, after some point, it's got to be proven that what we're doing is the right thing, even though you have a liberal judge in San Francisco or somewhere that's trying to say, oh, you got to restudy once again for a salamander or something like that. Well, when you have the kind of destruction that we see time and time again in our forests, in especially the western states, then we'll just keep suffering it. And there's no reason for that. There's no reason. So the Fix Our Forests Act, working on it this week here, my colleague and chairman of resources, Mr. Westerman, has been working a long time on this. It's a very practical, bipartisan plan to tackle the wildfire crisis and finally start managing the forests correctly. We see the destruction. Excuse me. One fire in my district called the Dixie Fire a couple, 3 years ago was 1 million acres. Several other fires in the 6-digit number, the North Complex, the Camp Fire, several 100,000 acres, but also took 85 lives of the town of Paradise. And what we're seeing is in the destruction in Los Angeles, we have, it's unspeakable what's going on down there. And unfortunately, I've already lived that in 3.5 communities of mine in the North State that are almost completely lost in fires the last few years. Pardon me. And it's heartbreaking, and it's mostly avoidable. You know, you're going to have fires, they're going to happen, but if you have managed lands, then it's much easier to put fire out and control it. And so when you look at the picture here, a managed forest is a better forest. It's better for the forest health itself. It's better for the wildlife in it. It's much easier to control fire and put fire out the way fire behaves. So that when you see this managed forest here on the far side of this poster, you see it's thin. And this is how forests used to look 120 years ago. We've let them fill in too much because we've had the stance of putting out all fires, or at least we did for a while, and so the forest became built up like this. They're very dense. It's hard for the wildlife to even get through there, let alone, you know, the old standard was, could a cowboy ride a horse through there like when the first explorers came to the West? You can't now. This is a tinderbox. Trees compete for very limited water supply, especially in a drought period. When they have to compete for limited water, it kind of harms the tree struggles, and then it becomes weak, it becomes susceptible to insects that are just waiting to take advantage. And they know a weak tree. A tree's self-defense mechanism is the sap that it produces when it's healthy. When that sap is there, if a borer tries to bore into that tree, the sap tends to push that insect out. It works pretty well. But if the tree is weak, it doesn't make nearly as much of that sap, and the tree gets basically over time killed. You should see an area in eastern central California, east of Fresno, as we've gone to camp up there before. This area here looks all green, but if you look at that area, about every other tree is gray. And if lightning ever hits that, if something happens there, it'll be yet the next fire. And they keep happening. The park fire that happened in Chico, California, near my home, 400,000 acres blew from just that area east of Chico all the way up to basically right near Lassen Park, a long ways, 400-something thousand acres. And we can't get used to these 6-digit numbers for fires. And the amount of resources it takes, the amount of firefighters and the amount of people that put themselves in a dangerous way to do this, it's just unnecessary. So let's defeat these environmental lawsuits. Let's defeat these naysayers, because this makes sense here. This doesn't. We keep losing this way. And so when you see that the issue in not that one, this will take we'll take Southern California, since that's the topic right now, and for good reason. We have to manage these grasslands and these brushlands that are around. They're not forested per se. That's a little farther east of LA in those areas. But it's the same thing. If this brush is managed, then they have a much better chance when the Santa Ana winds come up every year of being able to control or stop the fire. It won't be perfect every time, but it gives you a fighting chance. And they had been doing it, but for some reason this year they suspended that work. Budget cuts, what are they spending the money on? And that's been a hot topic here of giving California money, and yet they're not helping themselves, it seems. That's my home state, and I've been frustrated for a long time. They spend a lot of money on a lot of other things. They want more federal money when they're still wasting money in high-speed rail, want to give a whole bunch of money more to illegal immigration and a bunch of benefits for that. The state's even trying to set aside $50 million to fight Trump. What is that all about? And they want to come asking for money here. They say, well, you're putting conditions on us. Like, well, you're not acting very, very properly. You're not acting in a way that's responsible when you should be focused on things that are keeping the public safe. The water supply that ran out in the area by Pacific Palisades didn't need to run out. Now, maybe they should upgrade their fire hydrant system and have larger lines that can hold more water at a time, but they aren't doing that. The lake that was nearby was empty for almost a full year. So when you see the work that needs to be done not getting done, what is everybody supposed to do? What are the other 49 states supposed to say? Like, well, okay, we'll keep doing what you're doing, we'll give you money, But all the complaining around here is about conditions. So when you don't do that, this is what you get. We've seen it in vivid colors and coverage here. Thankfully, the wind had subsided somewhat in Southern California, and they're getting their arms around it somewhat, but the wind can come back, and who knows what it'll hit next. So when we talk about what we need to do in the Fix Our Forest Act, we need to pass this legislation. I can't believe the arguments on that side of the aisle against it. It doesn't make any sense, because we need to manage these lands. The federal government is in charge through the Forest Service 193 million acres, okay? And their ambitious goal is to treat 2 million per year. That's 1% per year. Well, if you do the math, that takes 100 years to get over all that. And so we get, although this is the city situation, it doesn't look that much different. When I was standing in my home district next to a town named Canyon Dam, which had that same orange glow 5 minutes before the town of Canyon Dam disappeared. There's no reason for this. Fix Our Forest Act would be a very important step in managing forests in a way that is successful. President Trump has been leading the charge just in 2 days on the executive orders, not playing around with the climate change game, not playing all that, instead wanting to move towards water supply for California, moving towards forest management, and we'll be working with him on that more so. He gets it, he understands it. This is him in Paradise, California saying, why aren't you managing these lands? Governor Newsom stands there empty-handed. 6 years later, after that fire, 6 years later, Empty promises, with very little land having been managed the way it should. So I'm really glad we have President Trump who understands this and is going to do everything he can to help, and we will help supply him the legislation, such as the Fix Our Forest Acts, which, again, the things it does, particularly, it expands the clearance zone for hazardous trees around power lines, a bill I've been carrying personally, as it was one of the fires in my district, known as the Carr Fire, was caused by that, and 2 others caused by that, power lines and things. It directs the Forest Service to expand the use of livestock grazing. There's a concept, livestock grazing. We know it works, and it works all through the West. And they try and shut that down, like you don't get the permit for that. You know, it might affect the species. It actually is found to actually help species when the cattle keep the noxious weeds and such down. As they've made it more and more difficult to keep those grazing permits and grazing abilities there, including a very heinous one going on in a Northern California park right now, where they're kicking the growers, kicking the cattle people off the land after many years. So we're also talking about looking at having a Western headquarters for the Forest Service instead of in Washington, D.C. They need to be based where the forests mostly are, where the problem usually is, you know. The idea of migrating the Department of Interior, Department of Agriculture, USDA, well, we put it where the issue is, especially the Forest Service. And that's the idea. It's in this bill as well, excuse me. So it will take advantage of local expertise, people that actually know and live with the conditions. They know the wind patterns. They know what things look like, instead of a fire team maybe coming from somewhere else and maybe not making the right call on how they should treat the area. So Fix Our Forest Act is a giant step in the right direction. I support it wholeheartedly and ask my colleagues to jump in on and have it be a bipartisan effort. There's nothing wrong with this bill. Let's do let's do it. You bet.
Bless you on the on taking the get a glass of water. I'll just quickly touch on it as well. I anticipate there will be some clear bipartisan support on this, and if you're looking at it through a lens of common sense, we should get an abundance of it. I reflect back to Monday when President Trump, during his inaugural address, says we want to be the party of common sense. It is something that I want to sincerely communicate as I wrap up here. There's a lot of games that get played in Washington. There's a minority and there's a majority, and then there's a lot of back and forth that goes on. I've experienced both. In fact, I've experienced it all, from White House switching, Senate switching back and forth, House going back and forth. There's a lot of games. There's a lot of times that the majority will put in a bill that has some poison pills in it for the minority to do, and it becomes an entire messaging bill party line exercise. I was subject to it for my first term, and not every bill from the majority was like that. And I joined on in a very bipartisan way, sometimes not even from the majority of my side. And you have to look at the policy. And I have seen a sincere effort from us to not go down the poison pill route, just to get them to say, we know they're going to vote against it, so then we'll go out there in the public world and use it for campaign purposes. This Fix Our Forest Act is such a sincere, common sense approach from Chairman Westerman, who is a forester by trade. He has delved into this issue. He knows more about it than virtually anybody back here in Congress, to dive in and talk about how we can protect, preserve, enhance our forest health while also protecting our communities by putting the type of forest breaks in there, controlled burns, and things like that have proven to be very successful. My state goes through this all the time. We have seen devastation happen, and we've learned from it. And that's all we're asking to do in this moment, is to take a look. And honestly, I hope it ends up being a net positive with all the destruction and the sadness that's gone on, and the devastation in California right now. I hope it has captured the attention in all 50 of our states to recognize there are better ways to do this, and it's not a partisan exercise. And that's what we're trying to accomplish this week with Chairman Westerman's Fix Our Forest Act, a common sense bill that works to prevent destructive wildfires, improve emergency response by providing new tools and advanced technology, and cut burdensome regulation and hinder active forest management. I've served under Chairman Westerman on the Natural Resources Committee, and he leads with a real sensible approach to solving problems, and it's something that we absolutely need more of back here. And so I thank my colleagues tonight for being here to help share the message of what we're trying to accomplish this week. And with that, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, and I yield back the remainder of my time to the chair.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Elzie, for 30 minutes.
Sir, I ask unanimous consent. Members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today with a deep sense of pride and gratitude for the people of this great nation and the incredible achievements of my constituents in the 6th Congressional District of Texas. You know, our country is rich with individuals who embody the values of service, dedication, and unity, and today I have the honor of celebrating some of those remarkable people. The United States is home to the most generous people on earth. We are home to the most productive people on the planet who worship freely and then volunteer their remaining time to help others in need. Our nation is a beacon of compassion and hope for the rest of the world. We are blessed with heroes who save lives daily. Not only our police officers and firefighters, but also our teachers, medical professionals, construction workers, and so many others. Acts of heroism happen in our country every day, produced by folks who just want to see others succeed, see our country grow, and our communities thrive. These quiet acts of courage and service often go unnoticed, but they are the foundation of what makes us who we are. They are what make our nation strong, resilient, and caring. And though the media may have you believe otherwise, Washington, D.C. is not an exception to this commonality in our country. Here, too, acts of courage and patriotism happen every day. These remarkable people span across political lines, demonstrating that bipartisanship is not only alive but thriving. I'm fortunate to work alongside dedicated public servants on both sides of the aisle, all united by a shared goal of improving the lives of the citizens we represent and advancing the well-being of our great nation. You know, growing up, you never know how things are going to impact you and how some act of courage, big or small, will shape you. This speech that I give every once in a while is a direct result of such an act. When I was a kid growing up in Perryton, Texas, in the Panhandle, 7 miles from the Oklahoma border, that other country, on Sunday we would all go to church, and without fail our pastor would start off every Sunday service with what he called joys and concerns. And during this we would highlight some of the remarkable things that members of the church are doing and some of their accomplishments. He would also take this time to bring up the prayer requests that the members of our congregation needed. Since I've been in Congress, I've been given my own version of joys and concerns, and looking back now, I'm sure he never knew that one day his simple choice to recognize people in our congregation would bring the tradition, I would bring that tradition to the halls of the nation's capital. So I want to begin my joys by congratulating some outstanding individuals for their achievements. Molly McAllister of the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office for receiving the Hero Award for life-saving efforts as a 911 operator. Her quick thinking and composure in a high-pressure situation allowed her to gather critical information and guide emergency responders effectively and ultimately saving a woman's life. Julio Ambris of Midlothian High School for his heroic life-saving CPR actions. Julio demonstrated remarkable courage and presence of mind, applying his training to save a life during a critical emergency. Officer Clint Valley, who I know very well, since my daughter goes to this school, of Midlothian Heritage High School, for performing life-saving measures on a choking victim. Officer Valley's swift response and professionalism averted a tragedy and highlighted the value of quick action and outstanding training. Captains Jared Usry, Lance Wilkinson, and firefighters Jorge Guerrero and Justin Slovak of Red Oak Fire Rescue for their unit citation and Medal of Valor awards during the Smokehouse Creek wildfire, not in our district. Their heroic actions under extreme conditions protected lives and property, showcasing their dedication and bravery. Lindsay Batchelor, principal of Natchez High School, and Corey Hines, the superintendent of Natchez ISD, for achieving National Blue Ribbon School status for Natchez High School. Their leadership and dedication to fostering an exceptional learning environment have elevated the district to national recognition. Annalise Sandoval and Emiliano Tavera of Jacksonville High School for their service project, repainting iconic tomato statues in Jacksonville. Their initiative and hard work have preserved a beloved community symbol and inspired civic pride. Officer Donald Wynn, Officer Jennifer Thurman, and Officer Bourget for receiving Mothers Against Drunk Driving Awards for their dedication to keeping our roads safe. Their efforts have made a measurable impact in reducing impaired driving and protecting lives. Nikki Chaffin for her exceptional work as a recipient of the Heroes for Children Award. Nikki's dedication to supporting students and teachers in Elkhart ISD has enriched the community and fostered a nurturing educational environment. Vicki and Stephen Braley for their 100 years of service through Braley's Ace Hardware in Palestine. Their family business is a cornerstone of the community, providing essential services and a legacy of excellence. Robbie Griffin and Cason's Flowers for 100 years of dedicated service in Corsicana. Their long-standing commitment to quality and community engagement has made them a cherished institution. Suzanne King and the Alvarado Lions Club for their 85 years of service to the community. Their efforts in addressing local needs and empowering residents exemplify the spirit of service. Steve Black of Fairfield High School for his induction into the Agricultural Teachers Association of Texas 2024 Hall of Fame. Steve's passion for agricultural education has inspired countless students and shaped the future of Texas agriculture. Battalion Chief Gary Myers and Scott Smith on their retirements from Waxahachie Fire Rescue and Midlothian Fire Department, respectively, after decades of service to those communities. Their leadership and dedication have left an enduring impact on their departments and communities and years of life-saving. Tommy Eberhardt of the Ellis County Sheriff's Office and Morris Stewart of the Navarra County Sheriff's Office for their retirements after long and impactful law enforcement careers. Their unwavering commitment to public safety has made their communities safer and stronger. Jennifer Johnson and her organization, Brave Like Ellie, for their incredible work supporting families battling pediatric cancer. Jennifer's compassion and dedication provide hope and support during life's most challenging moments. Flo Torres of Mansfield ISD for her leadership in Toys for Tots campaign, recognized as Region 5 Campaign of the Year. Her efforts have brought joy and relief to countless children and families during the holiday season. James Smith and David Abright for their contributions to mentorship through the Mentors Care program. Their guidance and encouragement have transformed lives and opened doors to brighter futures. Dr. Darrell Brown, Superintendent of Hillsborough ISD, and Patrick Harville, Principal of Hillsborough Junior High School, for their leadership in earning Hillsborough Junior High School recognition as a 2024 National Blue Ribbon School. Their vision and commitment to academic excellence have created opportunities for students to thrive. Richard Clark, a Vietnam veteran, welcome home, celebrates his 85th birthday this January. His service and sacrifices exemplify the courage and honor of our veterans. Ray Knowles, a Navy veteran of Korea and Vietnam, turns 91 this month. His legacy of service continues to inspire those around him. James Purdy, a Vietnam Air Force veteran, making his 82nd birthday this January. His contributions to our nation's defense will never be forgotten. John Murphy, an Air Force veteran of Vietnam and the Cold War, celebrating his 85th birthday this month. His dedication to our country is a testament to his enduring spirit and love of country. Jerry Davis, an Air Force Vietnam vet who turns 86 years old this month. His service and resilience continue to inspire. And Joe Waller, an Army veteran of the Cold War, who celebrates his 95th birthday this month. Happy birthday, Joe. His remarkable life of service reminds us of the strength and commitment of our veterans. I also wish to congratulate the following students on their Academy nominations for the class of 2029. It's extremely important to me. This is a job that I don't get to ask anybody's permission. We get to select the best and brightest our nation and our communities have to offer. And as a graduate of the Naval Academy, this is a role I take very, very seriously. And merit is what counts. Nominated to the United States Naval Academy, Paul Geary of Bishop Dunn High School, Tristan Russell of Mansfield Legacy High School, Maximus Stalker of Abbott High School, Sebastian Parker Villegas of Mansfield High School, and Bradford Webster of Randolph-Macon Academy of Ennis. Nominated to the Air Force Academy, Tanner Connell of Fort Worth Christian School, Cooper Davis of Midlothian Heritage High School, Isaac Freeman of Midlothian Heritage, Caitlin Maxson of Mansfield Lake Ridge High School, Nathan Sisson of Acellus Academy of Jacksonville, and Elijah Thayer of Maypearl High School. Nominated to the United States Military Academy at West Point, Ryder Havard of Arlington Martin High School, Madeline Hickey of Burleson Centennial High School, Noah Sparks of Alvarado High School, and Dylan Sturgill of Ennis High School. Go Navy, beat Army. I have the hardest working staff on the Hill, and over the last several years, they've been instrumental in helping me represent the 6th Congressional District of Texas. Today, many of my staff reached new milestones in their professional careers, and I want to share it with the folks back home. Madison Newsom of Mansfield has been promoted to Director of Operations. Grace Dunlap has been promoted to General Counsel. Owen Dankworth has been promoted to Legislative Director. Don Barber has been promoted to Executive Director of the Four Country Caucus. And while this is both sad and exciting for me, Georgette, she goes by George, Meng, will be leaving this office this fall and will attend law school at University of Maryland, Baltimore. Congratulations, George. You've done a wonderful job for us. We will miss you, but we'll see you again. As every member knows, this job is impossible without great staff. So I sincerely thank you all for the work and dedication you've shown me, our district, and this country. You know, just like back in church in Perryton, after the joys would come the concerns, and there was never a shortage because, as we all know, he says in Matthew, "For where 2 or 3 are gathered in my name, I am there among them." So for a moment, I'd like to ask all those in this chamber and who watch this online to keep these and all Americans in your prayers. Amy from Arlington is asking for strength and healing as her father undergoes treatment for cancer. David from Mansfield is filled with hope as his wife recovers from a recent surgery. May her journey to wellness continue smoothly. Jessica from Corsicana requests comfort and resilience for her son who faces a challenging road to recovery after an accident. Robert from Waxahachie seeks peace and patience as his mother bravely battles Alzheimer's disease. Emily from Red Oak asks for encouragement and support for her daughter, who is navigating significant mental health challenges. Michael from Midlothian remains hopeful as his newborn son fights for strength in the NICU. Lisa from Hillsborough is thankful for every step forward as her husband recovers from a heart attack. May his progress continue steadily. John from Alvarado hopes for healing and guidance for his sister, recently diagnosed with a chronic illness. Sophia from Palestine prays for her family as they grieve the loss of a cherished loved one, seeking comfort and unity during this difficult time. Andrew from Grandview asks for successful outcomes and a smooth recovery as his brother prepares for a critical surgery. I'd also like to take a moment to honor Bobby Eugene Osborne, whose obituary reminds us of his contributions and the legacy he leaves behind. Bobby Eugene Osborne passed away peacefully at his home, surrounded by close friends that he called family, on the evening of Friday, November 15th, 2024 in Waxahachie, Texas. Bob was born on February 25th, 1925 in Elmo, Texas, to Mikey and Bessie Mae Osborne. The family moved to Dallas and later to Waco in 1934, where his father took a job building the VA hospital. Bob attended Waco High School until being drafted shortly after his birthday in 1943. He joined the war effort before completing his senior year. He proudly chose the Navy, taking the oath of office on March 12, 1943. Bob served his country aboard the USS Chester, CA-27, a heavy cruiser of the 5th Battlecruiser Division, as a hot shell man for one of the 5-inch guns. He fought in the battles of Tarawa, Saipan, and Iwo Jima, among others. Bob spent a total of 20 months in active sea duty. And after the war, Bob signed on for extra duty to sail the USS Chester from her California home to a reserve position in Philadelphia, navigating the Panama Canal in the process. 3 months after returning home from the military, Bob gave Ida, Lou, Dale, Vinson a ride on his motorcycle outside of a local bowling alley. A man of my own heart. The two were married a few months later on December 20th, 1947. They shared 62 years of marriage before Dale's passing in 2009. Their beautiful union created two magnificent children, David Lance Osborne and Darlene Dale Osborne. He had a long career working with Otis Elevator as a mechanic in Waco, San Antonio, and Lubbock before retiring in 1983. While in San Antonio, he helped build the Hemisphere Tower, where he was the main elevator mechanic. He lived in Alaska for a couple of years, where he worked on the pipeline. He and Dale moved to Waxahachie in 1984, where he opened Bob's Machine Shop and Welding. Now, Bob had no shortage of adventures in his 100 years of life. He pulled his travel trailer across the frozen highways in Alaska in temperatures of -78. He raced and did acrobatic tricks on his motorcycle in his younger days, drove dirt bikes in the mountains of Colorado, and continued right up into his late 90s. He even served as a search and rescue diver in waters around San Antonio. Adventurous a spirit as he may have been, he was a loyal and genuine man. That was evidenced through his 62-year marriage with Dale and his commitment to his shipmates through USS Chester reunions. You could always find him at the local cafes or biker hangouts around town, where everyone knew his name. Bob was preceded in death by his parents, wife Lou Dale, son Lance, daughter Darlene, brothers Bill, Don, and Tex, and sisters Betty Sue and Rose. He's survived by his partner in crime and loyal friend, Dan Seapack, granddaughter and caregiver, Jenny Fuller, and faithful friends, Jason Roy and Chase Colwell. Also by his grandson, Kelly Schubach, great-granddaughter, Amanda Schubach, great-grandsons, Cody and Corey Schubach, all of San Antonio, and his two great-great-grandsons, Finn and Nick Schubach. He's also survived by many too numerous to list, close friends and family. May Bobby's memory be a blessing. I'd also like to extend our prayers and support to the families impacted by the devastating fires in California. These fires have upended lives, destroyed homes, and tested the resilience of countless communities. Let us lift up those who are mourning, those who are rebuilding, and the brave first responders working tirelessly to protect lives and property. May they find strength, comfort, and hope in the face of adversity. And lastly, with great sadness, I want to take a minute to honor the life of Patty Williams. Patty was a remarkable woman, not just for her many accomplishments, but for the heart and soul she put into everything she did. From running a successful business to giving back to her community, Patty's hard work and kindness made a real difference to those back home and those in this chamber. As we pray for Congressman Roger Williams, her husband, their children Jacqueline and Sabrina, and the whole family, I ask the good Lord to wrap them in his loving arms and give them peace in this difficult time. Patty's legacy of love, faith, and service will live on in all of us. Each of these individuals and organizations exemplifies the best of our communities: service, leadership, and dedication. Their achievements are milestones that deserve to be celebrated. As I bring this to a close, I'd like for us to remember that our country's greatness lies in the strength of her people. Together, through unity, perseverance, and faith, we can continue to overcome challenges and build a brighter future. As we embark on a new Congress and a new presidency, may we all strive to honor and support one another in the spirit of community, service, and unity that our founders fought so hard to preserve. And remember, keep your faith in God, your hope in man, and it's going to come out okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman have a motion?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate. Thank you.